Orders of the day. Orders of the day. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I propose, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that when it comes to Bill C-15, the legislation on the rights of Indigenous peoples, only one further seated day be granted. Not more than one further seated day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame Fortier, appuyée.
Madame Fortier, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves.
In relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully, without further debate or amendment. Debate. Conformément à l'article 67.1.
Pursuant to Section 67.1 of the Standing Orders, there will be a 30-minute question and answer period. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or to use the raise hand function so that the Speaker may have an idea of how many people wish to participate.
Whoops, sorry. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're sorry to see the government shutting down debate yet again. I want to ask a specific question about the legislation, though. Right now in Canadian law, we have a duty to consult around the development of resource projects. The government has said that this legislation does not create a veto for all communities that may be affected. So the existing law is duty to consult. They're saying it's not a veto. FPIC, the Doctrine of Free, Prior, and Informed Consent, is ostensibly somewhere in between, according to the government, these two extremes. But there's still a lot of clarity. What does free, prior, and informed consent mean if it's not a duty to consult and it's not a veto? What precisely is meant in the context of this legislation by free, prior, and informed consent if it's something more than a duty to consult, but something less than a veto?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. He's asked it a number of times, and I will give what I believe is the same clear answer that I've given a number of times before. FPIC is a process. FPIC is about meaningful consultation and discussion and dialogue with Indigenous peoples affected by a particular decision, say a resource development project, from the beginning, that they be at the table from the beginning. Yes, there's a duty to consult under Canadian law. That has had further refinement and guidance from the Federal Court of Appeal in the Trans Mountain process. And we as a government were taken to task for not having meaningfully consulted the first time through, and we got it right the second time through. FPIC is a process. It is going to continue to be a process. It will be contextual, so there's no way to precisely define it at the outset, and there's no way it should be precisely defined at the outset. The honourable member knows that. It is about discussion and dialogue. It is about putting Indigenous peoples at the table where heretofore they have not.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a little ironic. Yesterday, during the opposition day for the Bloc Québécois, I talked about the difference between agreeing with a bill and not agreeing with shutting down debate to get it to pass. Same principle. I agree with Bill C-15. I'm aware that we need to pass it urgently, but I don't agree with the way the government is proceeding, who mismanaged its legislative agenda, obviously, and is restricting debate on a very important subject that many members want to speak to. Could we not talk about this in September? Or is it that the government is going to hold an election in September and we have no choice but to shut down debate now? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for her question. The answer is no. The answer is that this is a priority for the government, for Indigenous peoples, and for Indigenous leadership. This is something that we've seen before. We've already debated the bill. It's based on the old bill from our colleague Romeo Saganash. And it passed in the House during the last legislature. It was thoroughly debated. The members of the Bloc Québécois who were here for it provided their opinions on that. The declaration itself has existed for 15 years. This isn't new.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the government is certainly using speed to get this bill through. Fair enough. But one wonders why they don't use speed to resolve community issues that have come up. First Nations communities who have desperate need to end boiled water advisories. We've heard this government extending now the deadline for over a decade. First Nations communities continue to wait for that government support. Indigenous-led housing is something that the government as well has not tackled with any speed whatsoever, and we've seen First Nations kids taken repeatedly to court rather than having their basic needs met. So the question is very simple. They're using speed when it comes to this bill. Why don't they use the same speed to meet the needs of Indigenous peoples in this country?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and for his support on this bill generally, as well as the support of his party. I obviously also salute the work that Romeo Saganash did in the last Parliament and continues to do in support and promotion of this bill. Madam Speaker, we are working hard to solve infrastructure problems, drinking water problems. We've done a great deal of work on it, but we've admitted honestly that more work needs to be done. The same is true for resolving cases around Jordan's Principle. We're working very hard to resolve those cases out of court where possible, and we're doing our best to move all of those files forward. I think we share. The honourable member and I share the same endpoint and the same goals, and we're pushing hard to make them happen.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Haliburton, Gorda Lakes, Brook.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I think I share concern on this side of the House at the way the government is ramming through this piece of legislation. We heard at committee many times from Indigenous groups themselves who had said they have not had the opportunity to be consulted. We still have the outstanding question, and the Minister, in his previous response to my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was quite dismissive about the very important piece of FPIC. Free, prior, and informed consent. And what does that mean? The fact that the legislative branch is not doing its job in creating a definition so that industry, so that First Nations communities themselves have an idea of what this means and then chart a path forward that is best for them is quite concerning. So again, to the Minister, through you, Chair, why will the government not do its work and get that definition done here so it is not challenged in the courts later, further delaying this process?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question as well as his work on committee. The answer is the same. We do not believe the best expert opinion that we have gotten throughout this, and the most convincing arguments that have been made have been that FPIC should not be defined in the legislation, cannot be defined in the legislation, because the very nature of FPIC is in a process. Madam Speaker, we have said from the beginning we would consult as many Indigenous leadership groups as we possibly could before the tabling of the bill. We did that. Those groups had an impact on the form of the bill before it was tabled. We continued to consult after the bill was tabled, and the Indigenous groups, in making appearances in front of committee and in working with the government, have proposed a number of amendments, many of which we have accepted. So again, that consultation process continues, and the consultation process with Indigenous leadership groups across Canada will continue as we move through the action plan and the co-development.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission has called upon all levels of government in Canada to adopt and implement the UN Declaration as the framework for reconciliation. I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide his thoughts as to why it's so important in moving forward with reconciliation that the Government of Canada and its Prime Minister to continue to push this bill so it ultimately can get passed.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and his commitment to the reconciliation process generally. Madam Speaker, it's an important question. TRC called UNDRIP a roadmap to reconciliation, and we firmly believe that. This bill, Madam Speaker, is about human rights. It's about the human rights of Indigenous peoples. And it behooves me to understand why people could be opposed to recognizing human rights for Indigenous peoples who simply just want to have the same rights that other people in this country have. So, Madam Speaker, yes, this is a priority for our government. Yes, this helps the roadmap to reconciliation. It is fundamentally important. People like Dr. Wilton Littlechild, former Conservative Member of Parliament, one of the architects of UNDRIP, have said that precisely.
Honorable Député de Shefford.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for this morning's debate, a very short one. I would have liked, as critic for the status of women, have the government be just as urgently interested in implementing the recommendations for the missing and murdered Indigenous women as they are for C-15. How much time have we debated on this? An hour, 43 minutes. 1 hour, 43 minutes, and now we have closure. Is that enough time to debate this important question? And what about C-19 and prorogation and filibustering at committees? This government is acting like a majority government when the public gave them a minority mandate.
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her question. It's true that she wasn't here during the last legislature when we fully debated the bill that was the basis for this bill. In this House, we passed it, and the bill died in the Senate because of the conservative senators' obstruction. The issues are well known. Everyone was well aware of the importance of the bill. Therefore, we are proceeding this way because it's a priority for our government. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. This is a priority for the country, and it was an NDP initiative, so we agree with the basis of the bill, particularly the bill tabled by our colleague, Romeo Saganash. If it's such a priority for the government, why could it not manage its legislative agenda better and House activities to move this forward without having to invoke time allocation? And now the Liberals are claiming that it's a priority for them. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his support on the basis of this bill. Again, I wish to highlight Romeo Saganash's work on the previous version of the bill, which is the basis of this one, as well as Mr. Saganash's efforts, who, even today, continues to promote the bill. This must be done. As we've seen in the House, there are dilatory tactics being used by some parties of the opposition. Therefore, we have to manage it this way.
Go violence. Then it's human. Sanish Gofilans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm torn on this matter, and I'm going to be very candid with the minister. I'm rarely less than decisive. I fully support the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but the process by which we come to this place has left Indigenous communities, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit divided on the matter. It's not at all clear to me the right path, the right way to vote, but it certainly is the case that we can't wait any longer to take the steps we need to take for reconciliation. But there are a number of very significant First Nations policy analysts. There are a number of legal analysts that are on both sides, and of First Nations themselves that say we weren't consulted in the development of C-15. It's therefore really important that we hear from the different perspectives, and we ask the Honourable Minister if he doesn't regret that there was
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I agree with her observation that it is rare that she is less than decisive on a matter. And I always appreciate her opinions, and I take this question very seriously. Yes, in a minority government context, we consulted as many Indigenous leadership groups in their variety of forms as we possibly could, and as I said, they had an impact on the bill before tabling, the original Romeo Saganash bill before tabling. We continued to consult, and they had an impact on the bill at committee. I commit, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member that I will continue to consult as many Indigenous leadership groups as I possibly can, in particular in the development of the action plan as we move forward. And Madam Speaker, I would just point out to her that the trend, although there is disagreement, there is an increasing trend, particularly after the last set of amendments in committee, to be supportive of the bill on the part of Indigenous leadership.
The Honourable Member from Flamborough-Cranbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, for the better part of 16 years, I've left it up to my colleagues to always comment on a hatchet closure bill. But, you know, I think it's time for me to speak up in this regard. For 10 straight years, I sat on the other side and I listened to the weeping and gnashing and howling from the Liberal Party every time the Honourable Peter Van Loan got up and moved closure on a motion. They said they would never do it. They said it was undemocratic. They promised in an election they'd never do it. And now, the height of hypocrisy, they continue to do it over and over again. And as my NDP colleague said, it's simply because they can't even manage their own House agenda. This needs to stop. They need to start respecting the House and debate bills appropriately.
Well done.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. The reason why we're here, Madam Speaker, is because of the general dilatory tactics of his party, Madam Speaker, on every single matter that comes up in front of the House. Recall the fall economic statement, which got more debate time than a budget, Madam Speaker, and it's because the Conservatives kept throwing up tactic after tactic in order to delay and debate. And so that has forced our hand, Madam Speaker. I would imagine the honourable member was here in the last session when he remembered the high-fiving of certain Conservative members who voted against the Romeo Saganash bill. That's not reconciliation. Bill C-15 is reconciliation.
The honourable member for Mendy-Quaggan. I would like to simply make a comment to also talk about the question of the legislative agenda. The government can't seem to be managing it correctly. And this is what happens. They put forward C-19 before C-15, and then they say they don't want to trigger an election. They prorogued the House last summer. Could we work faster and more responsibly? So I simply want to underscore to the minister there's a real leadership issue with respect to the legislative agenda of the government. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her question. Obviously, I don't share her opinion. And she can remember that during the last session, when we debated Bill C-262, she did see not unanimous support in the House, but sizable support in the House. So that was the basis for this legislation. It is a well-known bill. It has been debated. and we're moving forward because it is a priority for Indigenous peoples across Canada and for our reconciliation process.
For Buckley Valley.
Skinny Buckley Valley. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister, I do believe that this bill has strong support among Indigenous people in Northwest BC, but there are also some misgivings. And I wonder if the Minister could inform Canadians and especially Indigenous people in the region I represent, Northwest British Columbia, what the tangible changes that this bill will create in the near term for Indigenous communities.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and his commitment, and I salute the leadership of British Columbia generally on UNDRIP. The province of British Columbia has UNDRIP legislation and a roadmap, and it is moving forward and doing quite well economically in entre autres. Madam Speaker, this bill is a reset for the path that Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples have to walk together in this country. So it will put us at the same table from the beginning with respect to major decisions that have an impact. Symbolically, and substantively, it articulates a set of rights for Indigenous peoples. Symbolically and substantively, it rejects a number of doctrines that need to be rejected.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
You know, Madam Speaker, when a minister rises, usually the day before or a couple days before, to indicate that he or she is going to be moving this motion, the first thing that they usually start off by saying is an agreement could not be reached with the parties. Indeed, there always is the behind-the-scenes work of trying to come to some kind of cooperation and agreement of when a bill can be put through the process and eventually voted on. But as we're seeing, time after time, Conservatives are absolutely refusing to let certain pieces of legislation go through. It's their way of saying no, they don't want the legislation. Can the minister comment on how frustrating it must be to be in his position to go through this time after time?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I salute, Madam Speaker, his resilience in the House of Commons, holding down the fort, if you will. Madam Speaker, it is frustrating. A number of important pieces of progressive legislation. Watching the dilatory tactics of the Conservative Party on MAID, for example, something that Canadians wanted and something that was going to reduce the suffering of Canadians, and yet delay after delay. Same on this bill, Madam Speaker, and on other bills that I have had in front of the House, and I have had a number and still have a number. Madam Speaker, it's important that we get these bills through.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Gorda Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, we are hearing over and over again the fact that the government cannot seem to manage their legislative agenda. And again, we're being forced to undergo closure motions here. Yet this bill has barely been debated in the House. And of course, the Liberals, which they do best, is the blame game. It's got to be somebody else's fault. No matter what goes wrong, it's never their fault. It's just a common theme. But yet, why did we not debate this bill when Parliament was shut down? Why did we not keep going throughout the summer longer rather than their one-day sitting a month to debate this bill? Why did they prorogue Parliament? This could have been done a lot better, and it wasn't. But yet we still do not have certainty. Certainty through Indigenous communities relaying their concerns through committee, and they have not been addressed. Why not, Chair?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are continuing to engage with Indigenous leadership groups from across the country, particularly in the development of amendments to this bill. We have done that. We'll continue to work with Indigenous leadership groups as we develop an action plan together. The law requires us to do that within a period of 2 years. That's intense, and it will be intense, but we will do it. Madam Speaker, the honourable member should ask his Conservative senators why they let this bill die, and they used every procedural maneuver possible to let the previous bill die in the Senate. If they hadn't done that, we wouldn't be here. We'd be working on an action plan.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this is another example of Liberal words not meeting their actions. It's another example of how they don't prioritize their actual work. And I'm going to talk about 6 Nations and 1492 land back. We've heard this government talk about how they're committed to working collaboratively to address historical claims at Six Nations and how they're willing to work with the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council. And yet there's been almost a year of a reclamation process happening there, and they even haven't had the courtesy to take the trip down the road to go visit them and open up the negotiations. So will this minister commit today to actually doing something towards reconciliation by visiting Six Nations and opening up the negotiations to finally settle that land claim?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for his question. He knows that this particular part of our mandate falls with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and she I know is working on that file. I can say, Madam Speaker, that I support the minister in her efforts to settle land claims and to push for these kinds of settlements around the cabinet table. And while I haven't been to the Six Nations Reserve as a member of Parliament or a minister, Madam Speaker, I have visited other Haudenosaunee reserves and territories and do my best to work closely with them.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And working on the INAN committee, we heard testimony from a lot of witnesses, a lot of Indigenous people and organizations that did not feel that they were adequately consulted in the process of this bill. And that's very, very concerning for me, and I think should be concerning for a lot of people. So I would just wonder if the minister would agree that pushing through a piece of legislation that will greatly impact Indigenous peoples without proper consultation is actually contrary to the spirit of reconciliation.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I certainly share his concern. We have from the beginning tried to consult with as many Indigenous leadership groups as possible. It's a complex web and complex variety of leadership groups. There are treaty nations, there are modern treaty nations, there are nations with no treaty, there are regional groups, there are national leadership groups, there are groups that focus on women. And we have done our best to consult with as many as possible. In fact, we prioritized those groups that we hadn't met in our recommendations to committee so that these groups would be heard. And I have committed, I've continued to do this, I've continued to work through this. Even now, I continue to schedule meetings with groups that I have yet to meet in order to push this process forward in a truly consultative fashion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his hard work on C-15 and getting it to this point. I do want to ask him about the amendments made by committee and his comments with respect to it going forward, whether he believes that they strengthen the bill and if he's satisfied with the amendments that were made at the committee stage.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his work on the committee and his leadership, as well as the fact he's posing a good substantive question. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased with the amendments. They are things that I've believed in for a long time. A better recognition of systemic racism in the preamble. An explicit rejection of the doctrines of discovery and terra nullius, which for 20 years teaching in a law faculty property, Madam Speaker, I consistently reminded my students, and I'll put this euphemistically, of the real meaninglessness of these doctrines and the historical distortion and the colonial basis that existed for them. Madam Speaker, and the other is that rights are not frozen. Indigenous rights are not frozen. And I think that's an important amendment that is in accord with Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People speaks to free, prior, and informed consent. This same government is trying to ram through the Trans Mountain Pipeline at nearly $20 billion that this government wants to put on, despite the fact that there is strong opposition from First Nations communities. So will the passage of this bill mean that this government will finally halt ramming through this pipeline over the objections of First Nations?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. We did get elected saying we would redo the consultation process for Trans Mountain. We redid it. We redid it imperfectly, and the federal court reminded us of that. So we went back to the table again with one group, consultation group, being led by Justice Iacobucci and the other being led by Justice Department officials. And we did a better job, Madam Speaker, to the satisfaction of the federal court. The kind of process that FPIC in UNDRIP represents is one that hopefully allows us to avoid these kinds of questions down the road, because they will put Indigenous peoples at the table from the get-go, as they should be.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister has claimed that somehow there has been conservative dilatory tactics used and he has to move time allocation to do that. Yet that's not been the case. So maybe the minister can give us the real reasons why there's time allocation being moved. Now, I note he has so far refused to attend C10, the committee hearings on C10 at Heritage, even though he's been ordered to do so. Perhaps is he moving time allocation so he can clear up his schedule to enable him to actually appear at that committee as he has been asked to?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and the real sense of humour that he has in posing it. Madam Speaker, there is nothing but government priority represented in the use of time allocation on this. Priority for Indigenous peoples, the importance of the law. This should have been passed in the last Parliament, Madam Speaker. It was the will of Parliament and will of most of the Senate, Madam Speaker, except for dilatory tactics used by Conservative senators. We've seen dilatory tactics in this minority Parliament used very effectively by the Conservative Party, only to impede, not on any good substantive ground, Madam Speaker. This is an important bill. It's about human rights. It's about the human rights of Indigenous peoples, and we are moving.
One last question, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, C-15 is well beyond the time to be adopted. C-10 says that Indigenous peoples are humans and they have the same rights as other humans. Someone has to really stand up and understand this. But to take away the right to speak and discuss at the Parliament, I don't agree with that. The Honourable Minister, 10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This isn't the first time that this bill has been debated in this House by members of the bloc. So therefore, this bill is well known, and we're moving forward with legislation that is based on a former bill. So this is not surprising. It is my duty to interrupt deliberations now and to move the following motion.
Question is as follows. Yes, the Honourable Member for, Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm quite concerned about the fact that we're not allowed to lie or mislead in this House, and we're not allowed to call it out when it does happen. And I would request that the Minister apologize for his comments in regards to two young, newer members of Parliament who did a high five at the back of the House at an untimely point, and yet he is using that as an excuse to further his misleading of the House, that the reason that we are concerned about this legislation is simply as a stalling tactic. So I would appreciate it if he would apologize for making a comment that was misleading to the House and to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles on the same point of order.
Well, before ruling on this point of order, I'd like the opportunity to provide some comments to you after we can dig into the number of times that we can reference the fact that that's been happening on the other side of the House.
I think we're getting into debate on both issues, and we have started the process, so we'll take it up for consideration. The question is as follows. Yes.
It's
Yes, the honourable member for Calgary Centre. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, and pardon me for what might be a rookie mistake here, Madam Chair, but I do need to go back to my constituents, my Indigenous constituents, and tell them why this minister, in my opinion, is misleading the House about why this is only getting 1 hour of debate on the floor of the House of Commons. Because this, there will be unparliamentary language.
To interrupt the member, but this is debate. This is getting into debate. We'll look into the matter and we'll come back to the House with the ruling. The Speaker will come back to the House with the ruling. The question is as follows. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading of the bill, and
that 15 minutes before the end of the period allotted for government orders during the sitting for third reading of this bill, any deliberations before the House be interrupted, and then any questions necessary to dispose of this state be immediately voted on without other debate or amendments. If a member of recognized party wish to have a recorded vote or would like
the islands?
I'd request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Call in the members. La question est la suivante. Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill.
Expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute time period for electronic voting has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote of members participating in person. All those who support the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la.
The House will now wait for the end of the voting period before continuing its deliberations.
Merci. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can activate the raise hand function and the Speaker will recognize them.
Honourable Member for Carleton, Monsieur Poilievre.
I vote against.
Mr. Poilievre, against, contre.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton, Mrs. Atwin.
I vote against.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
L'honorable député de Montarville, Monsieur Bergeron.
Je suis contre, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Bergeron, contre, against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussion amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice, the House now proceed to statements by members followed by oral questions, and that the usual allotment of time be accorded for each rubric.
All those opposed to the Honourable Members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Déclaration du député. L'honorable député.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Madam Speaker, on May 18th, Tamils in Canada and around the world will mark the 12th anniversary of the Mullainvaikkal genocide. They will mourn, they will grieve, they will commemorate, and they will resolve to never again be witness to such genocide and atrocity in our world. Sadly, this right to commemorate itself is under attack, Madam Speaker. The Sri Lankan state continues to desecrate memorials and threaten those who commemorate. Despite these restrictions, Tamils on the island and around the world will join hands on May 18th in person or virtually to pay tribute to our fallen brothers and sisters and recommit to ensuring that Tamils can live on the island with freedom, equality, and self-determination. We will continue to be resilient and never be silenced. The monuments to those who are lost is etched in our collective memory and in our hearts. The march towards justice is long and painful, Madam Speaker, but we will continue until justice is served. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Madam Speaker, today we remember the victims of the Pontian Greek genocide who were brutally exterminated and oppressed a century ago. The Ottoman Empire carried out a campaign of ethnic cleansing against its Christian Greek population during the First World War. A period of horrific violence took place until 1922, during which hundreds of thousands of Greek Pontians were incarcerated, deported, forced into death marches, or systematically executed. Sadly, since these acts of intolerance, violence, and hate took place, the world must still learn from our past to prevent similar acts from ever taking place again. On behalf of our Conservative caucus, I join with the Greek community and all Canadians in remembrance of this horrific chapter in human history. We must never again let atrocities like these happen and always speak out against systemic discrimination and injustices.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Did you know that Canada has one of the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the world? It is not only the COVID-19 pandemic that has had a more pronounced impact on women. Sadly, so does MS, with 75% of Canadians living with MS being women. The pandemic has amplified the significant challenge those with MS face, including barriers to appropriate treatment and care, employment, and housing, which makes this MS Awareness Month all the more important. Organizations like the MS Society of Canada are working to ensure Canadians living with MS can participate in all aspects of life. Every day, people living with MS, like my friend Dave Miller, do everything in their power to persevere. We must continue to raise awareness about MS, not just during the month of May, but throughout the year, and provide funding for significant research so that one day there can be a world free of MS. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Today I rise to call on all Canadians to come together in the fight against hate next Monday on the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. Too many members of my community still face hatred and violence here in Canada and around the world. Last year here at home, hate crimes based on sexual orientation rose by 41%. We must do better for our neighbors, friends, and family members. In particular, we must do better for queer, trans, and gender nonconforming youth who are just trying to find their place in this world in the face of incredible hostility. We cannot remain silent when we hear of people jailed, tortured, and too often murdered for who they are or who they love. Yes, we must speak out against this hate at home and abroad, but we must also make sure that Canada is a place where people can find refuge when their own country is not safe because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. I look forward to the day we can simply celebrate inclusion and put the fight against homophobia and transphobia behind us once and for all. Let's work together toward that day.
The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This pandemic has been extremely difficult for many low-income families with young children. I am proud that Bill C-14 received royal assent, which opens the way to an additional $1,200 for the Canada Child Benefit for low-income families that have children under 6 years old. While Canadians are feeling the financial burden of the pandemic, this targeted support will bring much-needed relief to thousands of families in my riding of Vimy and benefit nearly 2 million children in Canada. The Government of Canada has provided 80% of all of the support provided for Canadians during the pandemic and will continue to be there until the end of the crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to report on a very successful event that was held in my riding. Each year, the Alexandria Hospital in Ingersoll has a gala fundraiser organized by the Hospital Board of Trust Foundation to raise funds for the purchase of equipment for the hospital. Obviously, due to COVID restrictions, the usual event could not be held. Robin Schultz, the executive director of the foundation, and a group of volunteers put on the Stay at Home, Stay Safe virtual gala this past Saturday evening. The gala was the usual ticket price, but instead of attending for dinner and entertainment, the guests received a charcuterie box that fed 2 people prepared by the Elmhurst Inn. Online entertainment was provided by Ken Archer, Bob Breen, Ted Comiskey, Jim Gonder, Kylie Joe Mason, and the Ingersoll Pipe Band. It was a very enjoyable evening and a successful event. Over 200 tickets were sold, and the attendees could dress up or down as they wished. It was a great event hosted by Robin and her volunteer team. Another great gala in a different format. Thank them all.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, May is Speech and Hearing Month in Canada. Masks and screens have kept us safe, but are also barriers to communication during this pandemic, fundamentally changing how we connect and communicate with one another. Picture, Madam Speaker, a nurse struggling to provide information to patients through layers of PPE. A newcomer trying to follow conversations without the help of facial expressions. A student straining to learn as the teacher freezes on screen yet again. An infant trying to understand the world through people's faces. A senior navigating ever-changing technology. These communication breakdowns encourage a sense of empathy for people with communication disorders who live with this reality every day. This May, we thanked the speech language pathologists, including my wife Rose, audiologists, and communication health assistants who, during this pandemic and beyond, are committed to helping Canadians of all ages to speak well, hear well, and live well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, it is with great concern that I rise today to report that Ms. Christina Pallaby of the Philippines, who last week appeared before the Subcommittee on International Human Rights as a witness, is now experiencing harassment and threats because of her testimony. Ms. Pallaby testified about human rights abuses occurring in the Philippines, and after the committee meeting, she was subject to harmful lies and accusations. Ms. Pallaby noted in her testimony that she has been subjected to continuing harassment and death threats There are many documented cases in the Philippines of human rights defenders facing extrajudicial killings following a similar pattern. I urge the authorities in the Philippines to ensure that Ms. Pallaby and other witnesses be protected from state reprisal in keeping with the parliamentary privilege extended to individuals who testify before parliamentary committees. I know that all members of this House join me in calling for action to ensure the safety of Ms. Pallaby and all other witnesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame la Présidente, en décembre 2015...
In December 2015, André Gauthier, a geologist, alerted the authorities of the United Arab Emirates of irregular transactions. He was separated from his family, and he fought constantly to come home. When his family asked for help, in 2019, I accepted, even though I had little experience. We've never given up. I'd like to thank all those who helped us in this matter. Thanks to the help of my colleagues and Foreign Affairs, we've been able to bring him back safely after many years. It's extremely important to persevere and not lose hope with parliamentary affairs. André's story is a great example. Canada never forgets one of its own. We have to continue to protect our citizens here and abroad. I am very pleased with the outcome for André, and I look forward to welcoming him in Saguenay very soon. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Madam Speaker, yesterday the residents of Hull-Aylmer celebrated the end of the month of Ramadan. This religious tradition offers believers the opportunity to unite around the values of peace, harmony, forgiveness, and many others that we carry within us, Muslim or no. Tomorrow, many will be observing Eid, which marks the end of the sacred month in spite of the difficulties brought by the pandemic. Unfortunately, this year, this celebration, which is usually warm and filled with joy and sharing, is going to be tainted with great sadness. The deaths of many Muslims throughout the world. Now more than ever, these horrible acts force us to think about the values of Ramadan and to redouble our efforts to protect our brothers and sisters of the human family throughout the world. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a few people. First, on a sad note, this past week, the community of Tobermory and Branch 290 of the Royal Canadian Legion lost its last World War II veteran, Norman Stevens. He leaves behind his son, Larry, daughter, Brenda, many grandchildren, along with a grateful community for all he did for the Legion, and in particular, the Meals on Wheels program. Thank you for your service, Norman. Rest in peace. Next, on a more positive note, I'd like to pass birthday wishes on to my cousins David McLean, Tyler DeVries, along with my good friend Brian McDonald. Brian turns 50 today, Madam Speaker. It's maybe a good thing we have a lockdown going on right now, because knowing Brian, his birthday party would have been epic otherwise. Finally, I want to wish my mother Mabel a happy birthday. She raised 5 of us boys, only 6.5 years between the 5 of us. Not sure what Dad's getting you for your birthday this year, Mom. However, it's hard to top the Jersey cow he got you over 30 years ago that you got to milk by hand for over a decade. On behalf of the whole family, Mom, I love you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, the COVID pandemic has affected and changed our lives in many ways. However, many people continue to persevere and show up to achieve their goals. The high school and university graduates in Kamloops Thompson Caribou riding have not only done the hard work necessary to receive their diplomas and degree, but they have done so in an unexpected and extraordinary time. Many students have had to learn quickly to navigate online school. Students have been told to keep their social bubbles small, and many have lost a chance to partake in their important extracurricular activities. All the graduates have worked through these circumstances and still managed to succeed. Not many people can say they graduated during a pandemic, and I hope all these students realize just how proud I and everyone around them truly are of their efforts. The traditional in-person celebrations may not be possible, but that does not diminish the support that these exceptional students have. If you know a graduate, I encourage you to reach out to them and share your congratulations and enthusiasm that surrounds their accomplishments.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I rise today to lend my voice to a Palestinian Canadian. These are her words. What we see in Sheikh Jarrah, Gaza, and all of Palestine is not new. Decades of Israel's dehumanizing occupation has robbed Palestinian children of their youth, parents of their children, children of their parents, and elders of their dignity. Palestinian deaths must be understood as vanished dreams and mourning families, and not merely rising statistics. Israel has forcibly removing Palestinian families from their homes, demolishing their neighborhoods, expanding illegal settlements, and desecrating our places of worship. The necessity to put pressure on Israel to stop these human rights violations is long overdue. Canada must show courage and act now. As a start, Canada must stop the sale of arms to Israel because Palestine lives matter. Hear us, she says. Our lives matter. Those in this House who speak up will be remembered. Those who stay silent will be remembered. History never forgets.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Madame la Présidente, les citoyens.
Madam Speaker, the citizens of Basse-Côte-Nord or Lower North Shore who don't have road access have had more than enough with Canada Post. Third aerial delivery service has diminished year after year with no justification. The mail delivery takes too long, or it's uncertain, or it doesn't ever get there because it's lost. Postage fees are more elevated for them than for other citizens, and they really depend on it to get fed, to get clothed, to get the health care they need. The most horrible aspect are the delays of delivery for medication. This winter, chemotherapy treatments were not received in time. Same for insulin injections that weren't received. That's unacceptable. It's inhuman. Meetings have been held between myself, elected officials, and representatives of the Crown Corporation. We asked the right questions. The right solutions were proposed, but Canada Post did nothing. Why?
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Heritage Minister has dismissed and insulted critics of Bill C-10 as extremists while peddling his own tin-hatted conspiracy theory about big tech being in cahoots with Canadian academics just to spread misinformation about his bill. Despite all of the backlash and the minister's vague promises of future clarity amid his own incoherent and contradictory statements, the bill remains, quote, a full-blown assault on freedom of expression, unquote. Remember, this minister is a lifelong radical anti-energy activist. He admits that the whole point of Bill C-69 was to ensure that no Canadian energy project ever gets built again. And now he wants the power to regulate online content to be, in his words, consistent with the government's vision. Shameful. To the energy workers that have lost their jobs at the hands of this government's vision, the prospect of this minister and his government regulating their posts should be terrifying. But if this bill, deeply flawed bill, passes in this Parliament, don't worry, a Conservative government will repeal it in the next one.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow, May 15th, is International Day of Families. What an appropriate time to observe the day when our government just announced the Canada Child Benefit, Young Child Supplement, that could provide families with up to $1,200 per child under age 6. This benefit will help 1.6 million families and over 2 million children. During these very challenging times, since the start of the pandemic, our government has recognized that families have been largely impacted by the unpredictable expenses of COVID-19. This additional support will help pay for necessities like childcare, food, medicine, and clothing. Speaker, I am proud of our government and its commitment to supporting families, from our children to our seniors, through affordable housing, the Canada Child Benefit, increases to the GIS and OAS, lifting over 500,000 children and seniors out of poverty. To all Canadian families and seniors, we will get through this together.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, with respect to the handling of sexual allegations against General Vance, everything was done properly, they said. Who said that? The feminist Prime Minister, of course, during an interview. And then he confirmed far too many women and men who are survivors of sexual assault do not feel safe to come forward. That's why we need to make changes. Is that a joke, Madam Speaker? The Prime Minister has been in position for 6 years. How come he's mocking the intelligence of Canadian women?
Sir?
Mr. Speaker, our government takes allegations of sexual misconduct extremely seriously, and no one should feel unsafe at work. That's why we passed Bill C-77, Mr. Speaker, a Declaration of Victims' Rights that puts victims at the core of the military justice system, which reviews unfounded cases. We've also created the Sexual Misconduct Response Center. We know that we have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to, Madam Speaker, we are going to get it done.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. In the same interview, when asked why the Minister of Defence should keep his job, the Prime Minister said that the Minister of Defence was doing an extraordinary job. This from a Prime Minister who treated two women in his cabinet in a cavalier fashion and behaved inappropriately towards a female journalist and has done nothing in 6 years to address sexual abuse in the Canadian forces. With the bar so low, we understand why his logic is so twisted. Does the Prime Minister think that Canadian women are experiencing this debacle differently?
Madam Speaker, I'll let the member opposite continue on with the partisan attack. We're going to stay focused on making sure that we have an inclusive environment inside the Canadian Armed Forces. And that's why we've implemented the Path to Dignity and Respect, a strategy for long-term culture change to eliminate sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. We know that we have a lot more work to do. We have a lot more work to do when it comes to systemic racism. That's what we have an independent panel also working on that, Madam Speaker, and we will get this done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, we're not playing petty politics when there are facts that say that in 2015 that report was tabled and everything was there. The Prime Minister did nothing. His Minister of Defence didn't do anything either. Everyone was aware in 2018 that there were allegations against General Vance, and the Prime Minister knew nothing. Is he really taking Canadian women for idiots?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as we stated, when any time information was brought forward, any type of allegations, we've always immediately forwarded to the appropriate agencies for the appropriate action. Madam Speaker, something that the member opposite and the former government had also done as well when allegations were brought forward. But they still appointed General Vance when there was an investigation going on at that time. Madam Speaker, we know that we have a lot more work to do. It's something that we are absolutely committed to as a government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
When it comes to content creation on YouTube, Canadians, they punch above their weight. Now the government wants to step in and determine who gets to be noticed and who has to be hidden, who gets to succeed and, well, who gets to lose. If Bill C-10 had been in place when Justin Bieber was a kid, just posting his music on YouTube, he probably wouldn't have been discovered because, well, his songs just aren't Canadian enough, according to this government's approval test. Let that sink in for just a moment. Why is the minister moving ahead with a bill that punishes young artists?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we're modernizing the Broadcasting Act that has not been updated in 30 years since we rented videos from video stores. We're asking web giants who profit in Canada to contribute to the creation of Canadian stories and music. This supports creators across our country. The bill will apply to social media companies only. It will ask social media companies to advise their Canadian revenues, to contribute a portion of those revenues to Canadian cultural production funds, and to make our creators discoverable. Individuals posting to social media are excluded.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Let me clarify. When the member says that it will make certain artists discoverable, what she means is it'll move some up in the queue and some down in the queue. It'll pick winners and losers. It's sneaky, it's controlling, and it's wrong. Imagine if this bill had been in place when Shawn Mendes was a young aspiring artist posting to YouTube, where he began his popularity. The government's internet czar likely would have demoted him because his songs, well, they just aren't Canadian enough. So will the minister truly support Canada's young artists and cancel C-10? The minister, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Justice Canada's analysis confirms that Bill C-10 remains consistent with the Charter's guarantee of freedoms of speech, and as a government, we have and we will be upholding Canadians' fundamental rights. I would like to confirm once again, individuals posting to social media are specifically excluded by Bill C-10, and to be clear on the obligations for social media companies and them only. None of those obligations would be requiring them to restrict or review posts by individuals.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, yesterday Quebec introduced a bill to promote and protect French. Many Quebecers have French close to their hearts, but not everyone, because obviously the Minister of Indigenous Services said that he was concerned by this bill. According to him, the promotion of our common language would be done on the backs of minorities. Yet his own government recognizes, and I quote, the special situation of Quebec in an ocean of more than 360 million mainly English-speaking inhabitants. Will the Prime Minister correct his minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister. Sorry, I had a few technical issues. I was speaking, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to clarify, of course, for my colleague and for the government, protecting and promoting French in Quebec and across the country is a priority for us. In fact, we tabled before this House, and for the first time in our history, we mentioned that we have to go further with respect to protecting the French fact, and that is why we are going to ensure that in our jurisdiction we're going to take our responsibility to protect French, and at the same time, the member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the question was about the minister's statement, the Indigenous minister's statement, who I assume was incorrect. He thought he was defending a minority, but what he did yesterday was to take the side of the vast English-speaking majority in North America against the future of a minority language that exists in only one common language in Quebec. Once again, I'd like to remind people that the only official languages whose future is threatened in Canada is French. I find it hard to believe that we still have to repeat this, and even more to a minister from Quebec. Will the Prime Minister bring his minister back to reality? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague is trying to say all of this. Well, most important thing is that together we recognize that protecting French is important, and we have to ensure that we protect linguistic minorities in Quebec and across the country. We have said it. We're doing this. It's not just words. We're taking action, and we're the first government federally in our history to do so. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, Hydro-Quebec is a pioneer in renewable energy, and it's thinking big. It intends to supply electricity to Boston and New York. It is a real pride for Quebec. Now, we learned that Canada Pension Plan Investment Board is putting obstacles in its way by financing a Texan gas company that is challenging Hydro-Quebec's new transmission lines. Will the government finally commit to letting Hydro-Quebec develop and thus create good jobs and reduce overall GHG emissions? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the investment fund for the CPP is fully independent, and I hope he's not telling us that politicians should try to get involved. That's not our job. Hydro-Quebec's project, even though it's a very good one and it's good for the environment and good for Quebec, and everyone's in favor of that project, I assure him.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, access to clean water is a basic human right. In this country, Indigenous communities have been promised repeatedly that this would be honored. In 1991, promised that by 2001, clean water didn't happen. This Prime Minister promised by 2021. 20 years later, oh wait, he meant 2023. Stop explaining. The point is the promise has been broken too many times. When will this government assure that this basic human right is honored for every human being in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And as she failed to note, there are now no longer any long-term water advisories in the province of British Columbia, thanks to the work that has been done and the plans that have been put into place throughout the past years, including in Semiahmoo First Nation who lifted their advisory last month. There is much more to be done. We continue to invest in Indigenous communities to ensure that they lift their long-term water advisories and that the safety and security of clean water into communities is assured for more than past 2023, 2024, 2025.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Despite the nice words and promises of the Liberals, there are still homosexuals who are being discriminated against when they're doing blood donations. this ban based on sexual orientation rather than on risky behavior is discriminatory. Why is the Prime Minister encouraging homophobia by not keeping his word? The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable
Madam Speaker, we agree that the blood ban is discriminatory. That's precisely why we worked and provided the funding needed to HEMA Quebec as well as the Canadian Blood Services to make these changes. We look forward to them bringing forward an application. It is not a decision that the government can make on its own, but we encourage HEMA Quebec and Canadian Blood Services to make this application so that we can finally end this discriminatory practice.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, why ban a man who has been a couple for a long time with the same person from giving blood? Giving blood is a gift of life, and homosexuals should be able to fully participate in our society without being discriminated against because they're gay. Monday is International Homophobia Day. Can the minister keep his promise by lifting the ban and finally end this unjust discrimination that prevents people from giving blood?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, yes, we absolutely agree this is a discriminatory practice. That's precisely why we put in place the funding needed for HEMA Quebec and Canadian Blood Services to do the studies that were needed. Madam Speaker, I won't take lessons from Conservatives who continually talk in this House against LGBTQ2 plus rights and then have sat on this issue for more than 10 years. We took action right away and we worked to end.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, the federal government has been trying to block Christopher Karras' court challenge that argues that Health Canada discriminates against him on the basis of sexual orientation because Health Canada is preventing him as a gay man from donating blood. Section 13.5 of the Blood Regulations Annex of the Food and Drug Act clearly lays out that the Minister of Health may remove the ban on accepting blood from gay men. This isn't about the provinces. This is about the Minister of Health not acting. Why hasn't she?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, the decision to change the discriminatory practice of the blood ban is not one that the government can do on its own. It has to be done in conjunction with HEMA Quebec as well as Canadian Blood Services. But we want this decision to be made. That's why we provided the funding. I would actually ask the member opposite while she sat around the cabinet table with the Harper Conservatives why they did nothing to actually end this discriminatory practice. We are taking action and we are moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, I'm waiting for the day that member calls me homophobic or something, but here is the absolute truth about this Liberal government. They want the votes of gay men, they just don't want their blood. They are the first people to show up to a photo op or attack a premier or somebody else, but it is their record that is under scrutiny because of their virtue signaling and broken promises. Stop the holding lines, stop the legal proceedings, keep your promise. What date will you keep your promise and allow gay men to finally donate blood in this country?
Yes, I remind the Honourable Member that I made no promises, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, leave it to Conservatives to actually say that when we agree that this practice is discriminatory and want to change it, they consider that virtual signaling. Madam Speaker, may I remind you a member of the Conservative Party recently had to apologize for LGBTQ2 plus community unclean. Madam Speaker, we take no loss from Conservatives when it comes to ending the discriminatory practice in this country. They sat on this for more than 10 years. We're actually moving forward to end this.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The federal Liberal government has taken no action. to end the discriminatory and homophobic gay blood ban. Health Canada is the regulator of the blood system, and the law states that the health minister may remove a condition around giving blood if she determines the condition is no longer necessary. There is no scientific basis for the ban. The law states that the health minister can make this change today. Instead, they're blocking Christopher Karras in court. The minister should exercise her powers today and end it. Why won't she? Why is she perpetuating this homophobic practice?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, if the practice could have been ended simply by a stroke of the government's pen, why did that member opposite not do so when she sat around the cabinet table? It's because this process has to move forward with HEMA Quebec as well as the Canadian Blood Services. However, we actually did fund projects, more than 15 projects, to actually move forward in ending this discriminatory practice because we are actually committed to doing so, unlike the Conservatives who are trying to clean up a mess on this file where they have made outrageous and horrifying comments.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
The parliamentary secretary is trying to pivot away, but it's her record. It's the ability of this Liberal government, Health Canada, this health minister, that can end it. She just heard how the health minister can end the blood ban right now, and they choose to. This government didn't promise to study it more or research or take to 6 years. They promised to end it because it's discrimination. She knows the answer. The Canadian Medical Association, the All Blood is Equal campaign, Canadians everywhere agree that this needs to go. Not after more studies, they want action now. What date will the government keep their promise, end the court cases?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are trying to pretend that the process that exists does not include anyone outside of government. If government could have made this change alone, why did the Conservatives in 10 years not do so? Madam Speaker, this process has to be made in conjunction with an application through HEMA Quebec and the Canadian Blood Services. It is a discriminatory practice that we and that's precisely why we've moved forward with it, including reducing the months down to 3. Again, something Conservatives never did in 10 years. I take
the Honourable Member for Berthier-Mesquinongé. Madam Speaker, while Quebec is introducing a bill to protect French, in Ottawa, the decline of services in our languages continues. Ottawa has outsourced the COVID testing of travellers at the end of their quarantine to Switch Health, but it's unable to offer services in French, which traps Quebecers in quarantine for up to a month before they get the results. Switch Health had already failed to manage 400 to 500 temporary foreign workers this spring. It's pretty obvious that they're going to fail to manage the test for the whole of Quebec. When will they replace Switch Health with a French-speaking company?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we absolutely agree that testing needs to be done in a safe, fast, and efficient manner in both official languages. This is precisely why we had worked with Switch Health originally to make sure that any issues were being dealt with. However, Madam Speaker, we have also moved forward with additional service providers because, again, our commitment to making sure that we get through this pandemic is ensuring that we have all the tools on being utilized, and those tools need to be utilized in both official languages in an efficient manner.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, while Quebec is introducing a table to protect French, in Ottawa the decline of services in French continues. This is the case for our veterans. In 2018, the Veterans Ombudsman revealed that while the request for services in English took 19 weeks, the same request in French took 52 weeks. That's a 1-year waiting period, Madam Speaker. 3 years later, the minister admitted in committee that this inequity still exists. After 3 years with no results, what is he doing today, the minister, to provide services in French to veterans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Ottawa, we do take our responsibilities seriously, and we're going to do more for French, and that is why we ensured that complaint treatment was the same in English and French, and we'll make sure that the public service respects its obligations. We created a central agency to ensure the coordination runs more smoothly, and we also strengthen the powers of the Official Languages Committee. We take that seriously in Ottawa.
For Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Hennigley.
Madam Speaker, violence has erupted in Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. Hamas has fired thousands of rockets into civilian areas, demonstrating their obvious intent to kill as many Israeli citizens as possible. This, along with deliberately setting up bases in civilian areas using Palestinian civilians as human shields, constitute war crimes. The Minister of Foreign Affairs' statements to date on this violence have been ambiguous at best. Will the minister state unequivocally today that he supports Israel's right to defend itself, just as President Biden has done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our comments and statements have been crystal clear. The indiscriminate barrage of rocket attacks fired by Hamas into populated areas of Israel is absolutely unacceptable and must cease immediately. Canada supports Israel's right to live in peace with its neighbors within secure boundaries and recognizes Israel's right and, in fact, its duty to assure its own security. Canada remains fully committed to the goal of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, and Canada remains a steadfast ally of Israel and a friend to the Palestinians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnaport.
Madam Speaker, the UK has announced their restart plan for international travel using the traffic light system. But here in Canada, we are still stuck under the Liberals' third wave and the hotel quarantine program with no end in sight. Madam Speaker, it's not just like flipping a light off and on. Both airports and airlines will need time to get things up and running again. So when will the government do the right thing, provide some hope for Canadians, and come up with a comprehensive restart strategy for air travel?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Anybody?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I had a few technical issues with my microphone. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The Minister of Transport worked on many files for Canada, particularly recently, and the COVID advisory was to ensure a safe and efficient system. And I would be pleased to work with my colleague for what's coming forward.
Madam Speaker, clearly no one in this Liberal government has had to buy a 2x4 lately. Even the most essential items have become unaffordable, like plywood to fix a roof or food to go on the barbecue. It's unbelievable. The Liberals' out-of-control spending is putting inflationary pressures on the middle class, students, seniors, who are struggling just to make ends meet. Why is this Liberal government forcing working Canadians to pay a hidden tax through growing inflation and the rising cost of living?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, but with respect to his assertion, I'd point him to the testimony of the Governor of Bank of Canada, who appeared before Finance Committee, who explained in clear terms that the inflation that we've seen in the Canadian economy is precisely where he predicted would be and is well within the 1% to 3% goal. I'd remind the honourable member, however, that his solution to this problem, to stop government spending, would result in the government removing essential benefits that are helping support families and businesses in their time of need. Canadians can rest assured that our government will be there for them as long as it takes, no matter what it takes, unlike the Conservatives.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, Canadians have been shocked by the housing crisis in Nunavut, with thousands of families are on wait lists. Many homes are overcrowded, in poor condition, or riddled with mold. Yet somehow Nunavut's housing needs have been completely overlooked under the Rapid Housing Program and once again underfunded in the latest Liberal budget. Madam Speaker, why is this government so reluctant to support Northern housing?
The Honourable Minister.
Let me first correct the record. Our government has made historic investments in housing, not just in Nunavut, but also in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. And the Rapid Housing Initiative, close to 40% of the projects went to Indigenous-led housing providers. The North presents some challenges. We await the tabling of the HUMA report on the urban, rural, and northern housing strategy to take next steps. The minister has engaged the Housing Advisory Council to create this new program, which will provide additional support for those people in the North looking for housing, and in particular in Nunavut. We look forward to the progress we're making and build on the $70 billion national housing strategy, which commits to success in just this area.
The honourable member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, flooding along the Mackenzie River has already devastated Fort Simpson and Jean Marie River and is threatening 4 more communities. Yesterday, people from nearby communities generously organized an airlift of vital supplies into the flooded towns. Meanwhile, the Liberal government's response is that they'll consider future funding requests. Will this government act immediately to help the people of the Northwest Territories who have been flooded out of their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. I'd like to thank my colleague. And the government is concerned about the flooding and is prepared to help the provinces and territories if there is a request. We're closely monitoring the situation in areas in BC, northern Manitoba, and actually all across the country. We are certainly ready to support the provinces and territories if they need help from the federal government to deal with flooding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Manitoba government violated the constitutional rights of Apipunapiwin and Tatasqueyak Cree Nations by approving a final license to Manitoba Hydro that includes parameters to further devastate these communities. In the past, the federal government has helped First Nations to defend their rights. This led to the negotiation of the historic Northern Flood Agreement. But what about today, in this era of reconciliation? Where is the federal government? Will the federal government step in and support OPCN and TCN as they defend their rights and protect their nations?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Bueller.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Anyone?
Madam Speaker, we take very seriously the constitutional rights of Indigenous peoples, including in the case that's been mentioned by the member opposite. I'd be happy to follow up with her at a later date to get more details about the matter and see what can be pursued. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. But far too many people in my riding of Etobicoke Centre are forced to make the impossible choice between paying their rent or buying groceries. That's why this week I was so proud that our government announced $30.5 million in new funding to build 113 new affordable homes as part of a new project located at 75 Tandridge Crescent in Etobicoke. This new project will build affordable homes for those who need them most, including those who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Family, Children and Social Development update the House on what the government...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much for the question. The Rapid Housing Initiative has been a remarkable success. In just over 6 months, we have created, with a $1 billion investment, close to 4,700 units of housing well over 5,000 people who were previously homeless or at risk. In budget 2021, we add another $1.5 billion to Rapid Housing Initiative, and this will hopefully make it even further inroads into eliminating chronic homelessness in this country, and in particular in places like Etobicoke, where the member comes from. I'll also add that the previous question asked about what we did in Nunavut. There were 3 projects under Rapid Housing Initiative approved in Nunavut, all with the Nunavut Housing Corporation. We are making a difference in people's lives.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, last week Alan, my riding, received his census form in the mail only to learn that it must be completed online by this week. Al and other constituents, particularly seniors, don't have a computer in their home. And with public health restrictions in place, they can't go to a library or a friend's house to access one. More stress for Canadians in the middle of this preventable third wave. When will this Liberal government stop leaving Canadians behind?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member for bringing this to our attention. I'd be very, very happy to reach out to her and make sure that we do take down the information and we can do everything we possibly can. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Farmers back home are working long hours to get their crops in the ground. Many of them have reached out to report that StatsCan workers are going around farm to farm with the 2021 census and are needlessly holding up production. To make matters worse, they show up the day before the census is due, making it impossible for it to be filled out on time. This is no way to treat farmers who are in the middle of their busy season. Why can't StatsCan send surveys in the mail on time instead of driving around rural Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we understand full well how incredibly important it is to make informed decisions. We have made every effort to ensure that Canadians are aware and that this information is put to good use. However, again, I will undertake to reach out to my friend to make sure that we're doing an incredible job receiving information from our farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Federal leadership on this pandemic has been confusing and chaotic every step of the way. The risk is low. The risk is high. Don't wear masks. Wear masks. We're not closing the borders. We're closing the borders. Canadians just want their lives back. Yesterday, the CDC issued guidance that fully vaccinated Americans can ditch the mask if they're outdoors or indoors. That is how you combat vaccine hesitancy. In Canada, we're just not that fortunate. How do the lives of half-vaccinated Canadians change? Does anything change? Is there any guidance on this, or is that too much to ask?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker,
I
believe we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. There was no interpretation for the previous intervention.
It doesn't seem to be working. Is it working now? Can you hear me? Yes. Can we ask the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George to start again, please?
Federal leadership on this pandemic has been confusing and chaotic every step of the way. The risk is low. The risk is high. Don't wear masks. Wear masks. We're not closing the borders. We're closing the borders. Canadians just want their lives back. Yesterday, the CDC issued guidance that fully vaccinated Americans can ditch the mask if they're outdoors or indoors.
Le micro du ministre, le député du... Je m'excuse, il y a deux...
Excuse me, there are 2 points of order. I think it's on the same point. I'll go to the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Yes, I imagine it's the same thing. There seems to be a problem with the member's microphone.
I'm just going to ask the Honourable Member to move his mic a little bit further up because the mic is too close to the mouth, so it's causing some difficulties. I'll ask the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George to restart his question.
Third time's a charm. Federal leadership on this pandemic has been confusing and chaotic every step of the way. The risk is low. The risk is high. Don't wear masks. Wear masks. We're not closing the borders. We're closing the borders. Canadians just want their lives back. Yesterday, the CDC issued guidance that fully vaccinated Americans can ditch the mask if they're outdoors or indoors. That is how you combat vaccine hesitancy. In Canada, we're just not that fortunate. How do the lives of half-vaccinated Canadians change? Does anything change? Is there any guidance on this, or is that just too much to ask?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, of course, every country and around the world is looking at life post-COVID, and Canada is no exception. We all want to return to normal. Madam Speaker, our government's been working hard with provinces and territories to provide the best science and evidence-based guidance. In fact, Madam Speaker, we will have more to say on this later today, but I want to remind Canadians that the best way to get through this pandemic is to keep signing up for vaccinations and to follow local public health measures.
The The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, the fight against violence against women is a critical issue that requires political action and decisions. Those decisions must be made by all leaders in the House of Commons and the other place without partisanship. Madam Speaker, will the government support and promote swift passage of Bills S-231 and C-293 by the end of this session of Parliament? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Everyone has a right to live free of violence, and our hearts go out with everybody who's been impacted by this. Our government is fully behind the address to end and support our plan, national action plan to end gender-based violence. Our investments alone support over 1,500 organizations that deliver essential services to end gender-based violence. We will work tirelessly to end gender-based violence.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amitis-Matane-Matapédia. Madam Speaker, Quebec has tabled legislation to protect French. Meanwhile, in Ottawa, the decline of services in our language continues. It's true of the RCMP. It takes a long time for an access to information request from the RCMP. They're hardly a model of transparency. But it's worse in French, as was recently reported in La Presse. An official admitted that most of the people only spoke English. Only a handful of staff could deal with requests in French. Will the government do something to ensure the RCMP treats francophones with the respect they deserve? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, francophones are entitled to the same respect as English-speaking Canadians all across the country, and that's why we've decided to reform the Official Languages Act. It's an ambitious reform which will ensure that the public service has more resources and tools to ensure that institutional bilingualism is implemented and respected, and it'll be a pleasure to work with colleagues on that. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, Quebec has tabled legislation to protect French. Meanwhile, in Ottawa, the decline of services in our language continues. The current Act requires federal departments and agencies to report on their progress, but half of them don't even do it. They would rather break the law than report on what they're doing to promote French. So the Liberals are all fancy talk, but what are they doing to enforce the current legislation? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It goes without saying that we are enforcing the Official Languages Act, but at the same time we have to give the Act more teeth, and that's why we've decided historically to undertake an ambitious reform to create more tools to enforce language rights in Canada, including the protection of French as the minority language. And that's why I look forward to working with my colleagues and the President of the Treasury Board to ensure that the Act is enforced. And I hope that we will have the Bloc's support when we table legislation to modernize the Official Languages Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, over 1 year later, and the illegal occupation of the Lake Audie campground in Riding Mountain National Park continues. This occupation violates the National Parks Act. However, Parks Canada has failed to act and instead deprived Canadians access to a national park. Barricades, vandalism, theft, and prohibited use of cameras are only some of the consequences of this illegal occupation, not to mention numerous safety hazards. Why has the minister failed to end the illegal occupation in Riding Mountain National Park?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, it's an important time for Parks Canada as we begin to reopen for the coming year. And it is important that all Canadians have the ability to access our parks. This is an ongoing issue, as the honourable members know, as we have discussed this in past. It is something that we are working through to try to find a mutually acceptable and appropriate solution to this ongoing challenge.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, that's not good enough. Documents reveal that local law enforcement raised public safety concern many times to Parks Canada and that conflict has already occurred. We now know that there is no plan to fully reopen Lake Oddie Campground. If public safety is further compromised because Parks Canada refuses to act, the minister will be directly responsible. Why has the minister ignored public safety concerns and failed to ensure that all Canadians can safely enjoy their national parks?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I indicated before, public safety is of the utmost priority to this government, and I think to all members of this House. This has been an ongoing challenge that we are working to resolve. It is important that this is done in a thoughtful and constructive way, and that is exactly what we are doing.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, in my region of Canada, the forest industry needs help from this government. They are facing an epidemic caused by mountain pine beetles. The species destroys many acres of pine trees every year and are expanding east, causing damage along the eastern slopes of the Rockies. The mountain pine beetles in Jasper and Hinton are a genetic mix of the northern and southern mountain pine beetles that are stronger and more destructive. Madam Speaker, will the federal government take action to reduce the population of this harmful invasive species?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are working closely with provinces and municipalities to help slow the spread and mitigate the impact of forest pests in Canada, as well as reduce the risk of infestation in areas that are not affected. Our government invested $20 million annually in scientific research to address the risk posed by our forest. We remain focused on science-based solutions. We will continue working with our partners and invest to protect Canada's trees from infestation. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Madam Speaker, the Lac-Mégantic rail tragedy is still etched in the memory of the community and all Quebecers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport update the House on any progress on the rail bypass and our government's support for the people of Lac-Mégantic?
The Lac-Mégantic. Merci.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her important question. We are working tirelessly to support the members of the community of Lac-Mégantic. This week, our government repeated its commitment to complete the rail bypass project by 2023 and to keep the community apprised of developments. Work is to start in the weeks to come. We will do everything in our power to see this project through to completion.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, Zanaris has been an Edmonton favorite Italian restaurant for over 30 years, but since they reincorporated in 2020, they did not qualify for the federal relief programs. This business has lost its vast customer base due to a hollowing out of downtown Edmonton caused by this government's slow vaccine rollout. Stats Canada reports over 200,000 jobs lost in April alone, and Zanaris may soon add another 20. Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister admit that he has failed businesses like Zanaris, who, if they were south of the border, would be fully back in business?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, with great respect, our government has put a series of programs in place to support households and businesses from the very beginning of this pandemic, and that's why so many have been able to survive the storm. We've even made changes to so many of the programs, including certain businesses that have had a change in ownership. But with respect to his assertion about vaccinations, I would remind the honourable member that Canada is currently third of all G20 countries in terms of the rate of people who've actually taken their first dose and is vaccinating Canadians faster than citizens of any other country today. I'm looking forward to this summer and joining some of the businesses and restaurants in my own community, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, my constituent Abby opened a restaurant, the Flame Kitchen, just before COVID. Since then, he's been unable to draw a wage, and the restaurant is at risk of permanently closing. And yet his business has been completely shut out of the government's COVID supports because of a failure to include new businesses. For a government that claims to have Canadians' backs, why after 14 months does this government not have Abby's back and the backs of new business owners like him?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, at the outset of this pandemic, we moved forward with a suite of policies that were designed to support as many businesses as possible as quickly as possible. In order to protect the integrity of the systems that we've put in place, we used the revenue from the year prior as a comparator to ensure that we were providing funding in a targeted way to help businesses survive. Going forward, there is a number of programs that we put in place that are encouraged to help businesses keep their doors open, hire new workers, including new financing programs that are available for businesses to invest in themselves and purchase that new piece of equipment. With respect to new businesses, we're going to continue to look for solutions to support those so they can help contribute to the recovery going forward.
The Honourable Member Desnete Missinippi Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, it has been over a year since the start of the pandemic. While other countries are emerging from this crisis, Canada's in the middle of a Liberal third wave. Conservatives have consistently asked this government to provide a plan with benchmarks and targets for reopening so that businesses and families like those in my riding in northern Saskatchewan can get back to normal. Last week, the government of Saskatchewan announced their three-step reopening roadmap that clearly laid out a plan for the people of Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, where is this government's plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's important in the middle of a public health emergency that is global in scale that we do not take our eyes off what is most important. We need to continue to support Canadians through the ongoing public health emergency that the COVID-19 pandemic represents. I'd remind the honourable member that during their time of need, we supported 9 million Canadians with CERB so they could keep food on the table. We've helped 5.3 million workers keep their job with the wage subsidy, and over 80% of the money that's been spent to help Canadians get through this pandemic has come from the federal government, including through the Safe Restart Agreement to help Canadians enjoy and succeed in their communities during this pandemic. We will continue to be there for Canadians as long.
Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, we know good things grow in Ontario. The adoption of the environmental sustainable practices in agriculture is a priority for our government. We're proud of the Living Laboratories Initiative, bringing together farmers, scientists, and other partners to develop, test, and share innovative agricultural practices and technologies. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food tell us about our role in protecting important waterways and conserving soil health in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government is investing $4.2 million to launch a living lab in Ontario. This will be the fourth of its kind, following similar collaborations in the Atlantic, Prairies, and Quebec. The research will focus on reducing runoff from agricultural land into Lake Erie, improving water quality, conserving soil health, and increasing biodiversity. Those are the tools farmers need to set the stage for tomorrow's agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Madam Speaker, news that Greyhound is ending service in Canada is a huge blow for rural Canadians who depend on the bus. But it's more than an inconvenience. It's also a safety concern for Indigenous women and girls, for seniors, for students, and for Canadians who don't have their own car. Instead of ensuring services, this government stood by and did nothing for years as Greyhound cut routes. They've allowed rural communities to be left behind. No more half measures. Will the minister commit to a national passenger transportation strategy that serves all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a disappointing decision. We know that many Canadians depend on this mode of transportation, and that industry has been hard hit. We have provided support, including through the wage subsidy, and we will be there to support the transportation industry in future. Thank you.
Vancouver Granville.
Speaking to the UNDRIP legislation today, the Justice Minister said that in terms of 262, if it wasn't delayed in the last Parliament, the government be working on an action plan for its implementation. Let's not kid ourselves. The fact is this government delayed the important work of true reconciliation due to political expediency. Over 5 years of promises, very little action on rights recognition. C-15 is a small first step. Will the government stop making excuses, do its work, get its own house in order, change its laws, policies, and operational practices to ensure Indigenous peoples can be self-determining?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we take very seriously the issues that relate to Indigenous reconciliation and UNDRIP. We thank the member opposite for her contributions when in her previous role as Minister of Justice in this matter. We know that the government stood behind Mumio Saganash's private member's bill in the last Parliament, which is unfortunate in the fact that it did not secure passage due to Conservative opposition in the Senate in the last Parliament. That's why we've tabled C-15. That's why we're working with opposition parties to secure the passage of C-15. That's why we're very keen to see UNDRIP see the light of day and achieve royal assent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that brings us to the end of question period this Friday. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format. But while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Si un député d'un parti
If a member
of a recognized party here in the House would like a recorded vote, or if the motion is tabled with a dissenting, I ask them to make it aware, the chair aware.
I ask that it be carried on division.
Carried on division. Call in the members. C'est ça? No, c'est ça. Carried on division. Sorry. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, bill C-15, third reading of bill, resuming debate of bill C-15, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
A point of order, the honourable member for Sanish Gulf Islands.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I know that this is difficult, but I wonder, in a situation where another member, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, has notified the Speaker's office of an urgent emergency matter, with what just occurred, it would seem that there's no rubric left for an appeal for an emergency debate. And I wonder if the honourable members are aware of that and if there could be unanimous consent to allow the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith to present the call for an emergency debate. Clearly, by the time we assemble again, the emergency could be a full-scale war.
The honourable member is correct that with the orders of the day, there's no opportunity at this point to table a request for an emergency debate. But since the honourable member has asked for unanimous consent to allow for the request for a emergency debate, I will test the House. Therefore, que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving a motion, please say nay.
Il n'y a pas de consent.
There is no unanimous consent in the House.
Oh yeah, I did that already. So resuming debate, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth and to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to say that I'm sharing my time with my friend and colleague, the member from Oakville, North Burlington. Today, I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Ottawa-Darren, the Anishinaabe, the Huron-Wendat, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'd also like to acknowledge that I arrived here as an athlete in an Inuit invention, the kayak, which was originally built and invented for transportation and hunting, and I got to use it for sport, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Madam Speaker, just over 10 years ago, Canada endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Then in 2019, the Prime Minister made a commitment to introduce legislation on its implementation before the end of 2020. And here we are today at the third reading in the House. I wish to begin by acknowledging all of the hard work, especially the significant role that Indigenous leaders from Canada, like Willie Littlechild, have played in the development of the declaration itself over the last 25 years. It is a lifetime of Indigenous advocacy and tireless efforts championing Indigenous and human rights that have brought us to this important milestone today. Bill C-15 is a turning point. For far too long, and despite robust constitutional and legal protections, Indigenous rights have not been fully respected. And while progress continues to be made, it has been slow, and grave harms have continued to occur, including to Indigenous women and girls. We have a responsibility as a country to recognize and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and uphold the protections that are part of the fabric of our nation. That as a government, we take steps to ensure that those rights are reflected and considered when we make new laws or introduce new policies. We must work together with Indigenous peoples to build our relationship and seek to avoid lengthy court cases whenever we can. And no less important is for all of us as Canadians to understand why this is relevant for them, for their lives, and to debunk myths and misconceptions so that we can move forward inclusively with values that ensure dignity and respect for all. Indigenous rights are not new rights. The Declaration acknowledges and affirms the rights of Indigenous peoples. Implementing the Declaration is about respecting human rights. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission called upon the Government of Canada to fully adopt and implement the Declaration as the framework for reconciliation. Bill C-15 responds to Call to Action 43 to do just that. The action plan that is required under Bill C-15 to be developed in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples will also respond to Call to Action 44. This call to action requires the Government of Canada to develop a national action plan, strategies, and other concrete measures to achieve the goals of the Declaration. Development of an action plan will require broad and in-depth engagement with Indigenous partners across the country to discuss their various priorities. Bill C-15 sets out minimum requirements for what the action plan must address. These elements of the legislation were included in direct response to what was heard consistently throughout the fall 2020 engagement process with Indigenous partners. These measures are focused on 3 areas. First, measures to address injustices, combating prejudice, and eliminating all forms of violence and discrimination, including systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples and Indigenous elders, youth, children, women, men, person with disabilities, and gender diverse persons, and Two-Spirit persons. I want to note that the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, of which I'm a proud member and contributor, has adopted unanimously an important amendment to this provision. The addition of a specific reference to racism and systemic racism. The addition acknowledges that while there are linkages between discrimination and racism, there are specific harms and legacies in relation to racism that need to be identified and addressed. The Government of Canada wants to make its position clear that it will stand against racism and work toward eradicating it wherever it exists. Second, the plan must also contain measures promoting mutual respect and understanding, as well as good relations, including through human rights education. And third, measures relating to monitoring, oversight, recourse, or remedy, or other accountability measures that will be needed to develop with respect to the implementation of the Declaration. During one of our committee studies, a second amendment to Clause 6 was adopted relating to the time frame associated with the development of the action plan. Throughout engagement, and again through the committee process, we heard from Indigenous peoples on the need to reduce the 3-year maximum time frame to a shorter one. As a result, we did just that, bringing it down to a maximum of 2 years to reinforce the Government of Canada's commitment to work with Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast to elaborate how to turn commitments into action and to achieve the objectives of the Declaration. These are minimum requirements of the action plan. We recognize that while we need to include measures for reviewing and amending the plan, this initial phase is the beginning of a process, one that will continue to evolve over time in partnership with Indigenous peoples. In terms of implementation of the Declaration, this is a whole of government responsibility. Bill C-15 implicates all federal ministers in the development and implementation of an action plan as it should. Reconciliation is not the responsibility of a single minister or government department. Bringing about meaningful change requires action from all areas of government. This government's speech from the throne and ministerial mandate letters have made it clear that the path to reconciliation requires everyone's participation. Achieving the objectives of the Declaration and further aligning federal laws with the Declaration will take time. However, we're not starting from scratch, and we are not sitting idle while we wait for the development of an action plan. The Government of Canada has taken concrete measures to advance its relationship with Indigenous peoples in a way that aligns with the principles set out in the Declaration. This includes areas such as enabling self-determination and self-government through the recognition and implementation of rights, the establishment of permanent bilateral mechanisms to jointly identify priorities with Indigenous leaders, and an increased Indigenous participation in decision-making on socioeconomic and land matters, to name a few. And as of May 2020, there were 9 federal laws that refer to and were created within the spirit of the Declaration. This includes laws regarding Indigenous languages, Indigenous child and family services, and Indigenous participation in environmental impact assessments and other regulatory processes. We know that much more work is required with Indigenous peoples to ensure that federal laws more fully protect and promote the rights of Indigenous peoples. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the ongoing health, food security, housing, economic, governance, policing, and other vulnerabilities and gaps that continue to impact Indigenous peoples and communities. We are working hard to create new opportunities to turn the page on a colonial structure that has built strong and build stronger and lasting relationships, close socioeconomic gaps, and promote greater prosperity for Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Over the past months, we engaged closely with national Indigenous organizations and heard from modern treaty and self-governing nations, rights holders, Indigenous youth, and national and regional Indigenous organizations, including those representing Indigenous women and Two-Spirit and LGBTQ2+ peoples on the proposed legislation. The feedback we received has shaped the development of the legislative proposal. Bill C-15 now includes an acknowledgement of the ongoing need to respect and promote the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, a respect for gender diversity, and the importance of respecting treaties and agreements, and the need to take distinctions into account while implementing the legislation, including with elders, youth, children, persons with disabilities, women, men, and gender diverse and Two-Spirit persons. What is needed is a fundamental and foundational change. It's about respecting Indigenous rights and respect for diversity. It's about righting historical wrongs. It's about shedding our colonial past. It's about writing the next chapter together as partners and building meaningful relationships and trust in that process. This will not happen overnight, but we must take the necessary steps along that path, starting with implementing Bill C-15. I look forward to the journey that we take to get there, and it's been a sincere honor and privilege to serve on this committee with my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I do want to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, and following up on questions that were asked to the Justice Minister, he had at one time referred to this as a reset, that what this bill amounts to. I am struggling, though, to find out, particularly in the context of free, prior, informed consent, what the change would actually be. Because in Canadian law right now, there is a duty to consult. And the minister's description of FPIC sounds a lot like a rehashing of the existing legal duty to consult. He talks about FPIC including engaging with Indigenous communities from the beginning, including their perspectives, including ensuring that they are heard. That is, as I understand it, the existing legal duty to consult. So the government tells us that FPIC is not a veto. They're also telling us that this bill is a great reset, not a great reset maybe, but a reset of some kind. So it's ostensibly something more than the existing duty to consult, but it's not a veto. So in what way does FPIC differ from the existing duty to consult?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Yes, this was debated thoroughly in committee, and the language around what an FPIC was and how it greatly differs from a veto. In fact, it doesn't bear any similarity to a veto. What we're talking about here is a deep level of consultation, a deeper level of participation and involvement. The member used a term, free, prior, and informed consent, which is absolutely important, but the duty to consult doesn't require the duty to involve, the duty to ensure participation, the duty to fully listen and listen actively. And it's a collaboration and a partnership. And that's part of shedding our colonial past and part of moving forward in partnership without this age-old paternalistic approach that has left people out of the conversation and left people out of important decisions.
The honourable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. We heard a lot of talk in connection with C-15 about how it would have an impact on Quebec and its sovereignty. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the link between C-15 and Quebec sovereignty.
Merci.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question and for your participation on the committee.
If I could, there is a great difference between, we're talking about full participation in decisions that have a great impact on Indigenous people. This is not about the many nations that exist in Canada. I don't think that this bill has grave implications on Quebec's sovereignty. It is absolutely enshrined in Canada's constitution, and as it should be. This is about fairness. This is about full participation, and UNDRIP is a globally recognized step in the right direction towards truth and reconciliation, and it is the right path forward.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. One of the proudest moments of my parliamentary career was my third reading vote in favor of Bill C-262 in the last Parliament. Now, COVID-19 has demonstrated that the federal government is able to move quite quickly to address, urgent situations with massive financial resources. We saw the hundreds of billions of dollars that were made available in very short order as liquidity supports for banks. What I want to know from the Parliamentary Secretary is, will the Government of Canada commit the same level of urgency to this bill when it receives royal assent, so that Indigenous peoples across Canada who have been waiting for hundreds of years for this important step can have confidence that this is receiving the same amount of attention as other supports that were given in COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too feel a great sense of pride and obligation in working on this bill. And I wish I was around to vote for 262, but fortunately, we have the opportunity to move forward on this. This bill will indeed require multi-party support, and I look forward to supporting this bill with my colleague and further discussing the urgency to this when there is greater time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kwekwe, Udlakut, Tansy, hello, bonjour. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge I'm speaking from the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation from my home in Oakville and my riding of Oakville North Burlington. I'm happy to speak today on this proposed legislation as it represents a critical step forward on the path to reconciliation. Legislation that has been strengthened through extensive engagement and consultation with Indigenous peoples at every step in its development. Madam Speaker, I believe the greatest strength of Bill C-15 is the input of Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast, which has positively shaped the bill's development. Collaborating with Indigenous partners through the engagement process has been pivotal in ensuring that we get it right. As you know, the legislation is based on Romeo Saganash's private member's bill C-262. Mr. Saganash was the first parliamentary champion endorsing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, often referred to as UNDRIP, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude. A consultation draft of this bill was shared during engagement sessions to seek feedback from Indigenous organizations to improve and amend the draft. During engagement, the government received contributions from many groups. In total, over 700 virtual sessions took place and included national and regional Indigenous organizations, Indigenous rights holders, modern treaty and self-governing nations, as well as women, youth, and two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual plus persons. This included regional engagement sessions where more than 450 people participated, providing feedback and advice on potential enhancements to the consultation draft. Provincial and territorial governments, experts, and industry stakeholders also informed the development of the bill. We heard consistent calls to include strong language in the preamble on the need to consider the diversity of Indigenous peoples, recognize inherent rights, and respect treaties. To include a reference to the historic and ongoing injustices and discrimination suffered by Indigenous peoples and marginalized groups. To acknowledge the role of the Declaration as a framework for reconciliation, justice, healing, and peace, and to address systemic racism and discrimination. To consider the importance of educating Canadians to ensure that Indigenous rights are understood and valued. To recognize the right of self-determination and self-government as vital, and that the need for a strong distinctions-based approach throughout the legislation is essential. To emphasize the importance of respecting Article 37, which outlines respect of treaty rights, self-government agreements, and other constructive agreements, and is important for modern treaty partners. To not interfere with work underway at regional and provincial levels, and to include reference to climate change and sustainable development. Because of this valuable feedback, the bill includes strong language in the preamble on the need to consider the diversity of Indigenous peoples, recognize inherent rights, and respect treaties. I should point out that all Canadians have access to this wealth of ideas and input. We've produced a What We Learned report that is publicly available on the Canada website. Engagement with partners did not stop when the bill was introduced. Ministers, their offices, and departments have been meeting extensively with Indigenous partners and other stakeholders since introduction, and will continue to do so throughout the parliamentary process. We learned from Indigenous partners that there was much consensus around further suggested changes to the bill, including legislation that has been further improved by amendments as it was making its way through Parliament. As an example, Bill C-15 required the development of the initial action plan as soon as possible and set a maximum 3-year timeline. Based on feedback from Indigenous partners during engagement sessions, the bill has now been amended to shorten the maximum timeline to a period of 2 years instead of 3 for the development of the action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. We recognize that collaboration with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners takes time, but it should proceed with purpose. Bill C-15 now includes language from the Declaration emphasizing that all doctrines, policies, and practices based on racist or discriminatory notions are racist, scientifically false, legally invalid, morally condemnable, and socially unjust. An important amendment will modernize our laws by making specific reference to the fact that Canadian courts have stated that Aboriginal and treaty rights are not frozen in time. Instead, they are capable of growth and evolution. Most recently, we heard from the National Indigenous Organizations and Indigenous Women's Organization at the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. They stressed the urgency of passing this legislation, and I'd like to share some of their testimony today in the House. The president of the Women of the Métis Nation, Melanie Omalahio, said, "Elders and representatives from across the Métis motherland have noted that this historic piece of legislation, if implemented according to its spirit and intent, could have the transformative power of an Indigenous Bill of Rights. Bill C-15, the proposed UNDRIP Act, represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reset both the scales of justice and the balance of power so that Indigenous women, children, and two-spirit and gender-diverse people are protected, safe, and free." Pektudit Inuit Women of Canada President Jerry Sharp said, Bill C-15 is a step forward for Inuit women and all Canadians on a journey towards reconciliation. It is important because it states that Inuit women will have the right to participate in decision-making in matters that affect them, the right to improvement of economic and social conditions, including education, housing, health, employment, and social security, the right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, and the same rights and freedoms guaranteed to Inuit men. ITK President Nathan Obed said, Bill C-15 is very focused on two particular concepts. One, the alignment of laws and policies within this country with the UN Declaration, and two, the creation of an action plan. Indigenous peoples' rights are human rights. This is a class of human rights that needs this particular legislation, and we do hope that Canadians accept the rights of Indigenous peoples as human rights in this country. NWAC President Lorraine Whitman said, UNDRIP is about us, our families, our communities, the thousands of pages of the National Inquiry testimony and its calls for justice. Specifically, Call to Action 1.3 demands that government end the political marginalization of Indigenous women. David Chartrand of the Métis Nation Council said, change is coming, and UNDRIP is another pathway that's going to really let us play catch-up so that Indigenous and non-Indigenous people can compare economically, educationally, and so forth. It's about catching up. We're slowly catching up, which is something we should have done 50 years ago or 80 years ago. Women of Métis Nation President Melanie Omeneho said, elders and representatives from across the Métis motherland have noted that this historic piece of legislation, if implemented according to its spirit and intent, could have the transformative power of an Indigenous Bill of Rights. Bill C-15, the proposed UNDRIP Act, represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reset both the scales of justice and the balance of power. If approved by Parliament, the bill will also require the Government of Canada, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to take all measures necessary to ensure the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration, to prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the Declaration's objectives, and table an annual report. Co-development of the action plan will also be a further opportunity to work in close partnership on implementation. We are ushering in a new era in which we build stronger and lasting relationships, close socioeconomic gaps, and promote greater prosperity for Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Together, we are building a brighter future and a better Canada for today, for tomorrow, and into our shared future. That's why this legislation is so crucial. Built by extensive Indigenous input and strengthened by committee amendments, Bill C-15 must now become the law of the land. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to affirm the words of AFN Chief Perry Bellegarde, quote, we need to seize this moment and not miss the opportunity to get Bill C-15 passed. It is a roadmap to reconciliation. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, Marci, thank you. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Oakville North Burlington for her remarks. I too believe that the rights articulated in this bill are long overdue to be recognized in our laws. My question, the former Justice Minister has rightly characterized this as a small step forward, and the most important work is going to be on the implementation side. Now, given how long it has taken to get to this point, this bill has been introduced not 2 but 3 times now. Given how long it's taken to get to this point, how can Indigenous Canadians be assured and trust that this government is going to implement these rights in a timely way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. As he knows, it was not because of the government that the bill did not pass the last time. In fact, we voted on it. I was in the last Parliament when we supported Mr. Saganash's private member's bill. Sadly, Conservative senators held up that bill so it couldn't get passed. So this is certainly not the end. It is indeed the beginning of a journey, but we are committed to ensuring that UNDRIP is implemented. And I don't think you can blame the government for Conservative senators holding up a piece of legislation. We certainly supported the bill and we did everything we could to get it passed, but it was held up in the Senate, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Séance de commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie.
I would like to thank my colleague for her speech on this important bill, C-15. Since it's 2021, it's more than time that we recognize this declaration from the United Nations and recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples. I hope that there will be real measures taken. I hope that it will be properly implemented and that we will also implement the recommendations of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I also hope that the federal government will work with the provinces and with Quebec. How do they picture that collaboration going?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with everything that the honourable member has said, and I think we share the same hopes in terms of implementing this legislation and also taking action on
Stop the honourable minister. Apparently there's a problem with translation. Alors, maybe je vais parler en anglais, puis peut-être que l'honorable député de Shefford pourrait...
I'll speak in English and the honourable member Shefford can tell me now.
Parfait. I would just ask the honourable minister to restart her answer, and we'll start the clock. We'll take the time into consideration to allow for a short question after that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I was saying is that I actually agree with the honourable member, and we share the same hopes for ensuring that this legislation is not only implemented, but also that we are taking action on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and good friend for her comments. I just want to ask her a question about the amendments, especially with respect to the addition of racism. How important was that to complete C-15? Maybe she can, and she's done a lot of work on systemic racism, so I'd like to get her comments on that, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my friend and colleague, for the question, and also for his work in ensuring that this bill is here before the House today. We must end systemic racism in Canada, and this legislation is an important piece of that work. The amendment that was added is incredibly important in moving towards ending systemic racism across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise on this important debate today. And I begin with a quote from the great Indigenous leader, Manny Jules. Quote, "Let me be a free man, free to travel, free to stop, free to work, free to trade where I choose, free to choose my own teachers, free to follow the religion of my fathers, free to talk, think, and act for myself." We forget often that these freedoms were enjoyed by the First Nations people before the arrival of Europeans. Of course, when Europeans came, they adopted a colonial and paternalistic and coercive relationship with the first peoples who had long before been here and who had been the owners of what we now call Canadian property. And they imposed a system that allowed governments and authorities to dictate the destinies of First Nations who had prior been self-sufficient and had very well-developed systems of trade, governance, and commerce that allowed them to provide for themselves. Now, Chief Jules, who is now in Kamloops and is one of the great intellectual leaders of First Nations across the country, would like to have those same freedoms restored. He points out that archaeological evidence of objects that predate the arrival of Europeans demonstrate that very sophisticated systems of trade, free trade and free commerce existed between First Nations across the Americas well before Europeans came and formalized in law the European and in particular the Scottish understanding of markets. We see, for example, objects in one part of the Americas that could only have originated in other parts, meaning they must have been traded. And so Chief Jules believes that the future for prosperity and opportunity for his people lies in restoring those freedoms that were taken away by so many ill-conceived, paternalistic, and colonial policies of the past. Unfortunately, this bill does not achieve that goal. To the contrary, it fails to extend and return those freedoms back to the First Nations people who rightly had them before. And Chief Jules points out that the achievements that are now well documented that predate Europeans, he says, and I quote, "Do you think this was all achieved through divine intervention from the gods, or was it because we somehow evolved into a natural socialist system that lasted 1,000 years? Both of these ideas are nonsense." End quote, he writes. And what he seeks today is a solution that would allow his people to be masters of their own destiny by controlling the economic decisions that affect their lives. For example, right now the federal government takes $700 million of revenues from First Nations communities. That is the result of the work and the resource development that happens there. And then those same communities have to come to Ottawa and ask for some of that money back. What Chief Jules has proposed is to allow First Nations communities the autonomy to keep more of the revenues that they generate. That would allow more economic opportunities for jobs, to fund local clean water and healthcare and education initiatives in First Nations communities. But instead, this government has attempted to maintain the colonial system, which takes that money away from those to whom it naturally belongs, and then requires that they come to talk to politicians in Ottawa in order to get back what is rightfully theirs. Now, this paternalistic system is not limited to taxation. The regulatory obstacles that the federal government imposes on resource and commercial development in First Nations communities is more obstructive than is imposed in neighboring non-First Nations communities. I'm splitting my time with the member for St. Albert Edmonton. And so that means that it is more difficult for communities that want to develop commerce and industry to provide for their people to do so. So he proposes to allow more autonomy in First Nations communities and less interference from the governments in Ottawa and in the provincial capitals. Naturally, if we want to allow First Nations to regain the freedoms that they lost with the arrival of the Europeans, this proposal is entirely justified. Furthermore, leaders like Chief Bear in Saskatchewan have said that the federal government should work with willing First Nations who want to change land use policies to allow their residents to buy a home and collateralize it to get a mortgage. That would allow more First Nations to develop net equity, the collateral and the credit rating that would allow them to build into the future. You can't start a business if you do not have collateral to get a small business loan. But because of the, again, colonial nature and the paternalistic nature of the Ottawa knows best system we now have, it is very difficult for many First Nations to achieve that basic right that every other Canadian off reserve can aspire to achieve. Furthermore, we see a double standard from this government, and in fact from all of the political parties except the one of which I am a member, and that is on the issue of resource development. None of the other parties are interested in the views of First Nations on resource development unless it is to use them to block those projects. For example, we look at the Northern Gateway Pipeline, a project that was supported by 75% of the First Nations communities along the pipeline route. It would have generated $2 billion in wages and other benefits for First Nations people, and it would have had a First Nations president and CEO overseeing it. It would have allowed young First Nations to get positions as apprentices so they could become welders, pipe fitters, and obtain their Red Seal certification and many other high-paying, in-demand trades positions. But what did this Prime Minister do? Without honoring the duty to consult First Nations that is embedded in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, he killed the project and vetoed it, even after extensive environmental approvals had been granted by independent, non-partisan authorities, and even though 32 of 40 First Nations communities supported it. According to David Swampy, who is the national president of the National Coalition of Chiefs, which has as its singular mandate to defeat on-reserve poverty by allowing more development, he said that this Bill C-15, quote, adds to the confusion about who has the authority to provide or deny consent on behalf of Indigenous peoples, be it chief or council, hereditary chiefs, or small groups of activists. It also implies that a single nation can deny consent, a veto in practice, if not in name, on projects that cross dozens of territories, be they pipelines, railroads, or electric transmission lines, end quote. Now, is that not exactly the kind of colonialism we should be against, where 19 communities support a project and one does not, that the 19 are overpowered by one having the veto power? That is not the kind of opportunity and freedom that First Nations should enjoy. Every day, First Nations people want the opportunity that we all have to work, to gain employment, to supply benefits to their own communities. And we should allow those communities the freedom to extend those opportunities. Madam Speaker, this bill does not do so, but let us work together with all First Nations in the spirit of allowing them to fulfill their dreams and their ambitions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that the member hardly spoke about C-15 itself and UNDRIP. I do want to ask him a question because he was very much involved with the previous government. UNDRIP was accepted by the General Assembly 13 years ago. The previous Conservative government was in power for many of those years. And I'd like to know at what point will the Conservative Party accept UNDRIP and develop a plan to implement it, or at least have a roadmap, because as is, consistently the Conservative Party has opposed it every step of the way, including blocking of 262. They've been consistent in blocking C-15 here in Parliament, and I want to know from the member, at what point will the Conservative Party accept the principles of UNDRIP and be able to implement it into Canadian law?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, I'm very proud to say that I oppose this bill, because the member can't even, he says, when will we accept the principles in it? He can't even explain what the principles are. He can't explain what free, prior, and informed consent means. If you believe the words as they, according to their dictionary definition, they would mean a veto. So that if 19 First Nations communities supported a project and one opposed the project, the one would be able to overpower the 19. Now, that to me is not how we should function in a country that is a democracy. We should allow the First Nations people to fulfill their destinies by making their own decisions, rather than having the federal government obstruct those opportunities. And frankly, that member should not be lecturing anyone. They still haven't been able to fulfill their promise to provide clean drinking water on reserve to all communities. They have a shameful record as it relates to First Nations, and they should be lecturing no one on it.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm speaking to you from the traditional unceded territory of the Kakite First Nation and the Coast Salish peoples, and certainly want to thank Romeo Sagnash, former NDP MP, whose leadership has inspired this legislation. I've enjoyed working with my colleague from Carleton on the Finance Committee, and he talked about the hypocrisy of the Liberals, the fact that they will bring forward this legislation, but at the same time have a shocking record of not providing Indigenous peoples with access to clean, safe drinking water or Indigenous-led housing initiatives in the crisis in housing that we're seeing in Indigenous communities, and continue to take Indigenous kids to court. Could he comment on the Liberal hypocrisy?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Yes, and I do have great respect for that member, who is extremely knowledgeable and with whom I've enjoyed working on the Finance Committee over the years. He is quite right. The government talks a wonderful game about all of how much it cares and all it's going to do, but in reality, the First Nations have suffered a lack of clean drinking water, chronic underhousing, and systematic poverty. And that is fundamentally why we need to change the system to empower First Nations to be masters of their own destinies. They should have the freedom to keep the money that they earn on in their communities. They should be able to decide whether or not projects are approved on their lands that would generate opportunity for their young people. They should be in the driver's seat. And if they were, and if we as politicians and governmental authorities were to get out of their way, they would have more opportunity than they have now.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1982, the Constitution Act, Section 35, protects the treaty rights of First Nations. What guarantees that those rights will really be protected and not just lovely words, as we can read in the Constitution Act? The member for Carleton. Thank you. The answer is nothing. It's still just nice words. It's a broad statement that does nothing, but it allows politicians in Ottawa to congratulate themselves. We don't need to congratulate politicians in Ottawa. The politicians in Ottawa have failed. What we need is to give the freedom to Indigenous communities to make their own decisions and have autonomy to move themselves forward without the interference from Ottawa.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP. The purpose of this legislation is to align Canadian laws with UNDRIP. Now, Madam Speaker, the road to reconciliation has been a long and difficult one with many ups and downs. And underlying it all is an understandable level of distrust on the part of Indigenous peoples. And seen in that context, arguably it could be said at best that this is a well-intentioned piece of legislation. But even if that were so, Madam Speaker, it does not make it a good piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, indeed, this legislation will likely move the process of reconciliation backwards rather than forwards. and have grave impacts upon First Nations communities to develop and prosper and achieve true self-determination. Madam Speaker, this legislation in that regard would undermine reconciliation. And nowhere is that clearer than in the complete failure on the part of this government in this bill to define what constitutes free, prior, and informed consent. Madam Speaker, what is free, prior, and informed consent? If one were to look at the words of the Minister of Justice, they would be led to believe that it really means not much of anything, that the status quo ante would not be upended. In that regard, the minister, when he spoke in this House on this bill on the question of free, prior, and informed consent, said, quote, "Free, prior, and informed consent does not constitute a veto power over the government's decision-making process," closed quote. The minister went on to say that, quote, "It will not change Canada's existing duty to consult with Indigenous peoples," closed quote. Well, Madam Speaker, clearly that cannot be so. Free, prior, and informed consent is not the same as the duty to consult and accommodate that is embedded in Section 35 of our Constitution, in which there is a wide body of jurisprudence on that doctrine that makes clear that the right to be consulted and the right to be accommodated does not constitute a right of an absolute veto. Madam Speaker, when one looks at the words free, prior, and informed consent on their face, it would seem that that would mean precisely the opposite of what the minister purports, namely that there would be a veto by someone. Madam Speaker, consistent with that, many persons who are authoritative on this matter have said as much. Take Senator Murray Sinclair, for example. Senator Sinclair championed Bill C-262 in the Senate in the last Parliament, which was the predecessor to this piece of legislation. Of course, Senator Sinclair is an esteemed retired justice of the Manitoba Queen's Bench. On the question of what constitutes free, prior, and informed consent, Senator Sinclair said this, quote, "Free, prior, and informed consent is a very simple concept, and that is, before you affect my land, you need to talk to me, and you need to have my permission," close quote. You need to have my permission. Madam Speaker, if that isn't a veto, I don't know what is. Then there is Assembly of First Nations Chief Perry Bellegarde, who said on the question of free, prior, and informed consent, quote, "Very simply, it is the right to say yes and the right to say no," closed quote. The right to say no, full stop. If that doesn't constitute a veto, then again, I say I don't know what is. Now, Madam Speaker, it didn't have to be this way. One thing the government could have done was incorporated language expressly into the bill that made clear that free, prior, and informed consent does not constitute a veto. They could have provided a clear definition of its meaning and its effect, thereby removing the considerable questions that currently exist about the implications of its meaning and effect and what that will do to the development of major resource and other projects if this bill is passed. One thing that is certain in the face of the lack of a definition is that this will create considerable uncertainty and a torrent of new litigation around major development projects, undermining regulatory certainty, undermining investor confidence, and undermining the ability of individual First Nations communities to determine their own destiny by seeking opportunities to engage in projects and see projects and participate in projects that can help their peoples develop and prosper. Madam Speaker, this is hardly a hypothetical. One need only look at Bill 41 passed by the BC NDP government in December of 2019. That bill is quite similar to Bill C-15. It does not expressly enshrine into law UNDRIP in the province of British Columbia, but it uses aspirational language about aligning BC's laws with UNDRIP, similar to Bill C-15. Within 2 months of the passage of Bill 41, 3 major projects were challenged, including the Kitimat LNG project, the Site C Dam, and Coastal GasLink by the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The UN committee said that UNDRIP does apply and that there had not been free, prior, and informed consent. And many Indigenous communities and leaders also took that position. And Madam Speaker, that was despite the fact that in the case of the Coastal GasLink, 20 Indigenous communities had supported the project, but one faction of the unelected hereditary chiefs opposed the project. It underscores, Madam Speaker, that the uncertainty that will result in the passage of this bill, and it is why I cannot support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know, I listened to what my colleague said, but does he not believe that we have to establish a climate of cooperation? I listened to what he had to say, but he seemed to be opposed with the First Nations. I think if we have a model where there's cooperation and we work together, well, I'd like to know since he's against this legislation, what does he propose to take a step in the right direction?
Albert Edmonton.
Well, I thank my colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé, but I reject in part the premise of his question, which is to suggest that this has widespread support amongst Indigenous communities. It is opposed by the National Coalition of Chiefs, the Indigenous Resource Network, the Indian Resource Council, Chief Dale Swampy, president of the National Coalition of Chiefs, the Mohawks of Montreal, and I could go on, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his intervention today. I know he spoke extensively about resource extraction, and I would like to get a sense, because throughout the debate we've had a number of his colleagues who stood up and said UNDRIP represents a veto, FPIC essentially means a veto. If we could maybe highlight where in the text of C-15 where he finds the term veto, and if you can maybe give us a bit more insight into why that misconception is being reiterated by his party and his colleagues throughout this debate.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, in response, I will quote a letter sent from the National Coalition of Chiefs to the Prime Minister in December on that very question. They said, quote, "There are implications to this legislation as currently drafted that is likely to have negative impacts on many Indigenous communities that rely on resource development," close quote. It's unfortunate the government didn't heed the concern of the National Coalition of Chiefs.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we're debating this bill today, it's because we had to redo the work that was conducted by my former colleague, Mr. Saganash, so that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People be included in all federal legislation, which is an excellent thing. And it should be put forward in an attempt with reconciliation with First Nations. But despite the will expressed by most of the elected members of this House, this bill got bogged down in the Senate because of the conservative shenanigans. What does he think if the non-elected Senate is blocking the desire of the people?
Minton.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me say in response to the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie that I have a great amount of respect for Romeo Saganash, and it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to serve with him in the last Parliament. That being said, Bill C-262 was a flawed piece of legislation for many of the same reasons that this legislation is a flawed piece of legislation, and I was unable to support Bill C-262, and I'm unable to support this bill.
I have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Desnette, Missinippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments on this important piece of legislation. He referred to the president of the National Coalition of Chiefs, Mr. Swampy, and I want to just quickly highlight a quote from committee testimony. The federal government has imposed very high standards of consultation on industry, and I'm going to jump ahead in the matter of time. Now with Bill C-15, I don't see you applying those same standards to yourselves. Would the member from St. Albert, Edmonton agree that this government in the introduction of this bill does not meet the consultation threshold that the aspirations of UNDRIP require?
Answer from the member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be very brief, and the very simple answer is the member is absolutely right, yes.
Resuming debate, and as we, before I go to the next speaker, I do want to advise her that unfortunately she will not be able to have the whole amount of time allocated to her at this point. So she's got about 13 minutes to do into her debate. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I'd like to start by acknowledging the unceded Wolastoq territory from which I speak today. I have commented in this House before about the importance of this recognition and, most importantly, the actions that must accompany it. There has never been a more important time to highlight this than with our discussion of Bill C-15, an act to implement the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples here in Canada, in a colonial country where land was extorted. In addition to threats and force, there were efforts to exterminate and bury the original peoples of this land. These efforts failed. Instead, they planted seeds, and what we are seeing is a reclamation, the ushering in of a new age. The time has come for reparations. Many of my colleagues in this House know that my children are Indigenous. I have also worked closely with hundreds of Indigenous youth as a teacher. They have informed my work every step of the way. When I think of voting on this bill, I ask myself, what will their world look like in 5 years, in 10 years, for the generations after them, with or without passing Bill C-15? Bill C-15 introduces the notion of a national action plan to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into Canadian law. with annual reporting mechanisms. It is important to note that the specifics of these measures are not articulated. This has brought with it uncertainty and a manifestation of a well-placed mistrust in government. What Bill C-15 does well is lay out a robust preamble with ambitious, frankly, incredible language. It includes value statements that acknowledge systemic discrimination and now racism, thanks to an important amendment. It recognizes self-determination of Indigenous peoples, including an acknowledgement of their legal systems. It actually says the Government of Canada rejects all forms of colonialism. It commits to advancing relations that are based on good faith and the principles of justice, democracy, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and the respect for human rights. Can we take these words at face value, or in good faith, as the bill proclaims? The criticisms of Bill C-15 are nuanced. The most obvious issue is this: the notion of good faith itself is on shaky ground. For a bill that enshrines the notion of free, prior, and informed consent, consultation is severely lacking. And I know that's a contested point, but I must say that I believe it was lacking. It is not enough to have closed-door meetings with national bodies or organizations. The individual rights holders have a right to be heard and to weigh in on legislation with such significant implications. All Canadians, Quebecois, and Indigenous peoples of this land require an understanding of the Declaration and what it truly means to affirm it as a universal international human rights instrument. A more complex problem some are having with this bill is that Indigenous people are tired of the gaslighting. Indigenous rights are inherent. You are born with them. No one can take them away from you. These rights have existed since time immemorial. And yet, Canadian history presents things as though Indigenous peoples were handed those rights with the coming into force of the 1982 Constitution Act. It's a nice idea, but it misses hundreds of years of colonialism and abuse rooted in the doctrine of discovery. The notion that the Crown holds sovereignty over Indigenous peoples, that Indigenous laws and legal traditions have no place, that the Crown has ultimate title to the land held in trust. These notions underpin all of Canadian law. They are embedded in the Canadian Charter, and they have placed the burden of labor on Indigenous peoples and nations to establish their rights in Canadian courts. C-15 also fails to enshrine a distinctions-based approach to implementing UNDRIP in Canada and stands more as pan-Indigenous legislation, disregarding the incredible diversity within Indigenous nations. It is possible that Bill C-15 may be a tool in the toolkit for future court cases, but I have to question what the future holds for Canada and Indigenous nationhood with this implication. Are we preparing for years of expensive legal battles? Are we asking once again for Indigenous people to bear the burden of proof in the protection of their collective inherent rights? What will happen with the Mi'kmaq fishery dispute, with a new season set to start in June? Fishers and leadership have had to call on the United Nations for protection from violence and racist intimidation. Will the passing of C-15 prevent this from happening? Will it remind the non-Indigenous fishers of their treaty obligations, of their history of settlement in Unama'ki? If BC's UNDRIP law is any indication, sadly, I don't think it will. I want to take a moment to talk about the journey I've been on when it comes to the study of this bill. My first step was with the Wolastoq Grand Council under Grand Chiefs Bazakasip Hasazam and Wolastoq Grandmothers. My next step was to meet with the Wabanaki Peace and Friendship Alliance. I reviewed numerous analysis and interpretations. I met with my honorable colleague from Winnipeg Centre to learn more about the work of Romeo Saganash with Bill C-262. I met with local community leadership. I met with our local Friendship Centre. I met with the Association of Iroquois and Allied Nations, with my honorable colleague from Vancouver Granville. I met with the Assembly of First Nations and staff from Chief Bellegarde's office. I listened and I learned. My last stop was again with the Wolastoqey grandmothers, scholars and leaders in my riding. I would encourage all members of this House to also seek out that guidance. The assertion of these critical voices from Fredericton, from my mentors and most trusted allies, is to reject Bill C-15 at third reading. This is not easy for me. The Green Party of Canada stands by the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we campaigned on passing it into law. However, that's not what C-15 will accomplish. I'm told to celebrate C-15 as it sets out the basic minimum standards for dignity and human rights for Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples already have these rights, charter rights. They already have title to their land and to hunt and fish for their livelihoods. They already have the right to self-determination. Canadians are the ones that have a problem upholding these rights, and Canada fails to enforce them. We have a moral, legal, and fiduciary responsibility as a nation to uphold our laws, and we have broken these laws in pursuit of domination over Indigenous nations, and there is significant work ahead for dismantling these systems and structures of oppression that got us here. There are no easy fixes, and passing C-15 checked the box of reconciliation. Clarity on the implementation of UNDRIP would have been a golden opportunity to demonstrate what a new relationship could be, to demonstrate true respect and cooperation. Canada and sovereign Indigenous nations could continue a path in their own canoes, the lesson that the 2-row wampum teaches us. It's 2021. It's time for us to face the truth. We cannot reconcile if we were never conciliatory. We can only work to repair the damage done. An essential part of these reparations is respecting the first treaty we as all humans have, the treaty with the land, with our planet. We forget far too often the interconnectedness of all life and our role and responsibility in preserving this place for future generations. What we have now is a race to consume resources. There is a component of this bill that reflects sustainable development, but what this conversation must include is a reevaluation of what that means. What is the value of protecting old-growth forests, in food security, in cultural safety? How are we to measure the success of C-15? There are too many questions left unanswered. The study of C-15 has been a roller coaster ride for me, and I wish to recognize the immense privilege I have as a non-Indigenous person in pursuing this study. It has been difficult to see the infighting and division among people I look up to, among some of my personal heroes, and I want to say for the record that it's okay to support this bill, and it's okay to reject it. What is not okay is ignoring our role and responsibilities as treaty people and to treat each other with disrespect, which is a legacy that remains with or without this bill. Finally, whether C-15 receives royal assent or not will not determine the future for my children. They are Wolastoq Galyuk. They are people of the beautiful and bountiful river. They are rooted to this land. They know who they are, and they know their rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député.
The honourable
member for.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to hear what she has to say about the fact that, well, what would she like to see more in federal legislation so that we could better respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and bring us to true reconciliation with Quebec and Canada?
Honourable member for Fredericton. The honourable member for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and I thank my colleague for the question. And I mean, really, it's a reiteration of what we've heard a little bit in this House as far as a more hands-off approach. Indigenous leadership and governance structures are ready to lead in their own right. That's what self-determination means. And so the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is an excellent international covenant, and I stand by it. I stand by those principles. But this is a plan to implement the plan, to enshrine it into law. So it just doesn't quite go far enough. And really, that consultation piece, I know it's highly debated and it's a hot topic. The people in my riding have not had that adequate consultation, so they should be the ones to steer the direction of what real reconciliation would look like. Thank you very much.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Crown Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention, and I always appreciate her comments. But I do have to express a bit of disappointment in the position that she's taking. There's been extensive consultations with respect to 262. I was with Romeo Saganash in many communities, many travels during the I-9 committee, where many people came up and talked about his direct engagement. The foundation of C-15 is from 262, and our ministers and myself and other colleagues were part of extensive consultations across Canada, even during the pandemic. And in fact, the INAN study itself, we had many more who came forward and spoke. So I do believe we've had a wide range of consultations, extensive. It's not perfect, but extensive. But we cannot say that we support UNDRIP and in principle, but we are not ready to implement it. And I really would urge my colleague to reconsider her position, because this is a historical moment.
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I must reiterate my respect as well for Romeo Saganash and the work that he put in. But I have to say, in the extensive conversations I've had in my home province here in New Brunswick with the community members, with inherent rights holders, they don't know what this bill means. They don't know what the implications are. They have not had the adequate time to study the bill for themselves. These are scholars, activists, leaders. So to say that there's been extensive consultation, then to talk to actual Indigenous people on the ground who have not been consulted, it just doesn't add up to me. And my role here is to represent Fredericton, and that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for her speech. I don't think we agree on much often, but today we do. And my big criticism of the Liberals has been on this particular bill is to do what you say and say what you do. It doesn't come out any more clearer than we've done extensive consultation. When we went to committee, I sit on the committee. When we're at committee, everybody that appeared at committee had a recommendation for an amendment to the bill. All of the three major Indigenous.
I'm sorry, I have to cut the honourable member off because we only have 30 seconds left for an answer before time is up. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I don't know how much solace it brings me to be in agreement with the Conservative Party of Canada on some of these issues, but really, it's just to go back to that consultation piece. And the people that I care about, who I speak to on a daily basis, have not had that thorough consultation. And you're right, there were important amendments that were brought forward, and not all were adopted, including that important one about rights distinctions based, the diversity that exists across this country. To say that there's consensus on this bill.
Comme il est 13h.
It being 1:45, pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put the question to dispose of third reading of this bill. The question is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a third time and do pass.
Party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for oh my God.
Bow River Crowfoot.
Bow River Crowfoot, yes.
I'm not sure if I got a promotion there or what the case is, but Madam Speaker, I would ask for a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Oh, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 2 o'clock so we can start private members' business. And thank you to my colleagues' assistants.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Private members' business consideration at report stage of Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, standing in the name of Mr. Davidson.
So there being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves that Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member Kingston of the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, it'll pass on, or we will accept the report stage at this point without a recorded vote.
The Honourable Member for Simple. So that's it, huh? Not this. Okay. I declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Debate. Well, Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves that Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate to the honourable member for Simcoe Cray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's the great riding the soup and salad bowl of Canada, York Simcoe. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in this House and speak once more to Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, final disposal of plastic waste. I am very grateful to my colleagues who have supported this proposed legislation and worked to study and improve it over the last few months. I am also greatly appreciative of the contributions of the many experts, advocacy groups, industry organizations, and other interested Canadians who offered their insight and expertise on Bill C-204 and the issues that it will address. It has been 462 days since I first introduced Bill C-204 in this chamber. We've lost a lot of time already. The impacts of plastic waste remains a significant and pressing concern here in Canada and around the world. Over time, discarded plastic breaks down, and if not dealt with properly, ends up contaminating our lakes, oceans, and rivers. It also threatens our ecosystem with drastic implications for wildlife and our natural environment. Canada has both a national and global responsibility to step up and show leadership to address the impact of plastic waste. Sadly, under the current government, we are doing the exact opposite. One of the greatest contributors to global plastic pollution has been the export of plastic waste from countries like Canada to other countries around the world. Between 2015 and 2018, almost 400,000 tons of plastic waste was exported from Canada to foreign countries. And we continue to ship almost 90,000 tons overseas every year. This is a serious problem, Madam Speaker. Since China banned the import of all types of plastic waste in January of 2018, much of our plastic waste has been sent to Southeast Asia, to countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Many of these countries lack the regulatory controls or waste management capabilities to properly dispose of plastic waste imported from Canada and elsewhere. Consequently, it is all too often being disposed of improperly. It is ending up in landfills, dumped in the ocean, or burned. This is having a real harmful impact on the environment and on the population of these countries. In Indonesia, for example, the burning of plastic waste has increased air pollution and caused contamination in the local food chain because of high toxin levels. These toxin levels are linked to serious long-term health problems such as cancer, respiratory illness, diabetes, and compromised immune systems. It's no wonder many of these countries have been inundated with plastic waste from abroad are now looking to put a stop to these imports. Last year, Malaysia returned more than 150 shipping containers of non-recyclable plastic waste to Canada and other developed countries. The Malaysian Environment Minister justified this decision by declaring, quote, "We do not want to be the garbage bin of the world." We all remember this incident, Madam Speaker. Globally, many of Canada's counterparts around the world have already recognized the unsustainability and harmful impacts of exporting plastic waste. This includes countries that share our strong commitment to open global trade. Both Australia and New Zealand have brought in strict domestic controls on plastics, which includes prohibiting plastic waste from their respective countries. The United Kingdom is pursuing similar legislation, and as has every member state of the European Union and 70 other countries. Additionally, 98 countries have ratified an amendment to the Basel Convention that governs the transboundary movement of waste. This amendment bans the export of plastic waste from OECD countries to non-OECD countries. Unfortunately, there has been no effort by Canada's Liberal government to address the continuing export of non-recyclable plastic waste and the devastating effects that it's having on the environment. The Liberals have refused to establish a prohibition on plastic waste within our domestic laws. They have refused to ratify the comprehensive Basel Convention amendment that would address these issues. In fact, Madam Speaker, they actively work to negotiate a gaping loophole to get around existing international obligations governing plastic waste trade. This can't be allowed to continue. Now is the time for Canada to prohibit the export of non-recyclable plastic waste to foreign countries. This is why we're all here today. Bill C-204 amends the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to prohibit the export of plastic waste for final disposal. This bill establishes this prohibition in a reasonable and effective manner that protects the environment while supporting the many innovative recycling and plastic reuse businesses that operate right here in Canada. Bill C-204 targets plastic waste exports destined for final disposal. This is a specifically defined term that is clearly established within our domestic regulations and recognized within our international agreements. By doing so, this bill ensures that plastic waste will be recycled, reused, recovered, or reclaimed in an environmentally sound manner can continue to be exported. But plastic waste exported just to be dumped in a landfill, released into the ocean, or burned will no longer be permitted. Bill C-204 strikes an important and delicate balance. It will put in place an export ban on non-recyclable plastic waste that will protect the environment. It will make sure that when Canadians throw something in their blue bin, it won't end up floating in the ocean halfway around the world. Critically, this is accomplished in a responsible way that provides certainty and clarity to Canadian industry. We need to support the many Canadian businesses involved in plastic recycling, who are doing so much to innovate and responsibly manage our plastic waste. Bill C-204 further strengthens our ability to control what happens to our plastic waste when it's exported. Currently, once plastic waste leaves our borders, we lose much of our ability to ensure it is being handled properly. Most of our plastic waste is being sent to the United States across our shared border, the amount as which has been increasing significantly every year. More than 60,000 tons was shipped from Canada to the U.S. annually between 2017 and 2019. And last year, this amount increased to over 83,000 tons. Just last fall, the Liberal government negotiated a special agreement between Canada and the United States concerning plastic waste that has been criticized by being both opaque and uncontrolled. This arrangement allows for Canadian plastic waste exports to be shipped onward from the U.S. for final disposal in developing countries. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, the United States is not a party to the Basel Convention, and plastic waste exported from that country is not subject to the same controls. As such, many environmental groups are very concerned. They believe that Canada's plastic waste exports to the U.S. exploit a significant loophole in our global obligations on plastic waste that directly contravenes international law. To address these concerns, Bill C-204 prohibits the export of non-recyclable plastic waste to all foreign countries. This ensures that the same environmental standards are applied to exported plastic waste no matter where in the world it ends up, so that it is disposed of properly and that our environment is protected. Another key element of Bill C-204 is ensuring that all the various types of plastic waste exported from Canada are addressed. That's why the list of plastic waste outlined in Schedule 7 of Bill C-204 is derived directly from the internationally recognized Annex 4B of the Basel Convention on Plastic Waste. Any of these items in the list can be added or removed by the Minister through the Governor and Council as necessary. As I note that at committee, the member from Victoria successfully moved an amendment to Schedule 7 to include PVC. this constructive addition to the list that strengthens Bill C-204 further, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her contribution. Of course, any federal legislation concerning plastics waste will have implications on the provinces and the municipalities. And at the local level, Canadians participate in recycling and curbside waste programs, with the exception that their plastic waste be dealt with properly and in an environmentally sound manner. Bill C-204 will do this. With the inclusion of subsection 1.4, we can be assured that it will respect all these constitutional jurisdictions. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to the honourable member from Reputtany for this important addition. Finally, Bill C-204 will apply fines and penalties against anyone who contravenes it, as it is already established in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there are some bad actors who will try and get around these sorts of prohibitions, and these fines will ensure that the law will be enforced and followed. Madam Speaker, I have always believed that no one has a monopoly on good ideas. The best solutions, the right way forward, can come from anywhere, and it's becoming more important than ever to work together to make a difference. That's why it was so unfortunate that the Liberal government has opposed, delayed, and blocked C-204 at every turn. They opposed this bill simply because it was sponsored by a Conservative member of Parliament. And they continue to ignore the serious issues that it seeks to address. Last month, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change said that we need, quote, to explore and capitalize on all our options for reducing plastic waste and pollution. But by opposing Bill C-204, the Liberals are rejecting a meaningful and effective measure to put an end to plastic pollution of non-recycled plastic waste exports. The Liberals' inaction on this issue is very unfortunate, but not unexpected. They have called the practice of sending non-recyclable plastic waste to developing countries beneficial. They refuse to see the deficiencies with our current legislation on plastic waste. And worst of all, they refuse to acknowledge the serious impacts plastic waste exports are having on the environment. But it's not just inaction. Unfortunately, during the Environment Committee's study of Bill C-204, Liberal members on the committee repeatedly and actively sought to undermine the legislative process and the will of the House with their conduct. This is very disappointing, Madam Speaker. Protecting the environment by addressing the export of plastic waste should not be a partisan issue. That's why I'm pleased to have the support of the members of the NDP, the Bloc, the Greens, and all of my Conservative colleagues. But sadly, the same can't be said of that of the Liberals. I think Canadians would be very disappointed to see the Liberal government failing to act on the environment yet again. We have seen this many times before. After all, this is the same Liberal government that cancelled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund that made such a difference in protecting Lake Simcoe and its ecosystem. It is unfortunate that after Conservative pledged to bring back the cleanup fund, that the Deputy Prime Minister showed up in Barrie and said the Liberals would do the same. But as we continue to see, the government is all talk and no action on the environment, and the cleanup fund still remains cancelled today. Canadians want to see real, meaningful action to address the issue of plastic waste exports and the impact that it is having on the environment. When it comes to the environment, there is no out of sight, out of mind, Madam Speaker. The impacts of plastic pollution affects us all. It's time for Canada to stop exporting non-recyclable plastic waste for other countries to deal with. This can finally be accomplished with Bill C-204. So together, let's make this happen. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his initiative. Plastics pollution is something that the NDP has been concerned about for years. People in my riding for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie have raised it several times. His bill is very good when it comes to exporting plastic waste. But what about reducing our use of it and increasing our ability to recycle it, which we do very little and not well at all in Canada? The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
I thank the colleague for his question. As you know, plastic pollution and controlling it is very important to me, and that's why Bill C-204 takes a small step at getting a toolbox that we can all work together and highlight the issues that are out there. And again, you know, Canada has to take a leadership role, Madam Speaker, when it comes to plastic pollution. We know that our world's oceans are drowning in plastic now, and I want to thank my colleagues for the NDP for working with me on this bill to make this happen.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to make a speech on this very subject. One of the comments that I heard was that Canada doesn't have the infrastructure, and yet humans lived without plastics for all time until the 50s. So what could we do? To not go back, but to look forward and live without this much plastic. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
I thank the honourable colleague for the question, and I look forward to Bill C-204 coming into effect and controlling plastics and making sure that no plastic waste goes to the developing countries. Again, Canada has to take a leadership role. We have, you know, really innovative companies here in Canada that are working towards, you know, keeping plastic circular in the economy, Madam Speaker. And I know we have innovative companies again in Canada, and we're going to make this happen. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Barrie. Pardon, oui, j'ai des appels au règlement.
Yeah, point of order?
Attention. Pardon?
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'd like to give the Honourable Member for York Simcoe an opportunity to answer again. Apparently interpretation wasn't working.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said to my colleague, and I thank her for the question, I look forward to Bill C-204 coming into effect. And we have innovative companies here, right here in Canada, that are making a difference with plastic waste. And we don't want to see plastic waste in our world oceans. We don't want to see it thrown over the fence and exported to the third world.
Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe is well known for his work protecting Lake Simcoe, the beautiful lake that connects both of our constituencies. I wonder if the Honourable Member could tell me more about why he sponsored Bill C-204 and how prohibition on exporting non-recyclable plastic waste will help the environment both here in Canada and around the world.
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, my neighbour from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, and his leadership role in protecting Lake Simcoe. And as this House knows, Madam Speaker, I even got in my hip waders for Lake Simcoe in this House. But you know what? This bill is so important to me. You know we're not allowed props in the House, Madam Speaker, but you know a microbead is now this big of plastic waste. And Madam Speaker, we want to protect the world's oceans. And Bill C-204, I always believe that small things add up to big things. This is a bill that is going to make things move in the right direction and stop this from happening in the developing world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for both his speech, this bill, and his hard work on this issue. And I think my question to him here today is how important it is for us to work together on issues like this to actually address some of the real challenges faced with the environment. So I'm wondering if he could comment further on the need for all parties to get together to ensure that we address things like practical issues like this that address some of the real concerns that are facing our environment, both in this country and around the world.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question. And Madam Speaker, Canadians have put us here to work together, especially these in times and especially on the environment. And I was pleased at committee to work with the Bloc and the NDP and make sure that Bill C-204 has a balanced approach with the environment and with industry and with Canadian industry. And I know together we are going to take a leadership role once again in Canada with plastic pollution.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to begin by recognizing the work of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in their study of this bill. The work of the committee, along with input from witnesses and others who participated in the study, have given us a better understanding of the bill, its merits, and most importantly, its shortcomings. This government continues to support work to address issues around plastic waste, including the impact of exports of plastics waste from Canada. However, the government maintains that Bill C-204 is not the appropriate vehicle to do so. As my colleague mentioned during a previous debate, significant progress has been made to address problematic exports of plastic waste from Canada since Bill C-204 was first introduced over a year ago. Madam Speaker, to this day, 187 countries, including Canada, have ratified and are implementing controls agreed on at the international level on transboundary movement of hazardous and non-hazardous plastics waste destined for both recycling and final disposal. Under these rules, Madam Speaker, adopted by the parties to the Basel Convention in 2019 and known as the Plastic Waste Amendments, the transboundary movement of plastic waste among the parties to the convention can only take place if certain conditions are met and in accordance with certain procedures. All plastic waste, hazardous and non-hazardous, controlled under the Basel Convention requires prior informed consent of the importing country and any transit countries before the export can occur. This is true for waste destined for recycling or for final disposal. Through the prior informed consent procedure, Madam Speaker, and this is important, countries enter into a joint process where the country of import must provide written consent to the import before the country of export can allow the export to occur. In providing its consent, the country of import confirms that the waste will be managed in an environmentally sound manner. In other words, the plastic waste amendments under the Basel Convention are designed to support recycling activities while reducing exports of harder to recycle plastics to countries that may not be in a position to manage them in an environmentally sound manner. They also ensure that the importing party participates in the decision-making process by subjecting imports to its consent. Given the inaccurate information provided to the committee during its study of the bill, I want to be clear, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada has ratified the Basel Plastic Waste Amendments, and as of January 1st, 2021, they have been fully implemented through Canada's domestic regulatory regime. What does this mean? Well, this means that under Canada's export and import of hazardous waste and hazardous recyclable material regulations, all plastic waste controlled under the Basel Convention, both hazardous and non-hazardous, is considered hazardous waste or hazardous recyclable material under these domestic regulations and is subject to export controls. Given this, Canada is in full compliance with its obligations under the convention. Bill C-204 differs from the internationally agreed approach, which has been adopted by all parties to the Basel Convention by proposing a blanket stop to trade in plastic waste as defined by the bill and destined for final disposal. The bill actually has a more limited control on exports of plastic waste. More specifically, The bill prohibits the export of plastic waste that is listed in the schedule to the bill and destined for final disposal only, while our existing domestic regulatory regime not only controls what is likely a broader scope of plastic waste, but also for broader purposes, plastic waste destined for final disposal and recycling. Should the bill be enacted, it would establish two coexisting regimes in Canada for the export of plastic waste. For plastic waste listed in the schedule to the bill and exported for final disposal, export would be prohibited. For all other plastic waste covered by the Basel Convention and not covered by the bill, exports for final disposal and recycling requires the prior informed consent procedure under the regulations. This would create confusion and uncertainty, Madam Speaker, making it very challenging for stakeholders to determine and understand their regulatory obligations. Madam Speaker, I want to discuss some of the measures currently in place with respect to trade in plastic waste between Canada and the U.S. as concerns were raised at committee. The U.S. is not a party to the Basel Convention, and I want to clarify that the Basel Convention explicitly prohibits countries that have ratified it from trading in Basel-controlled waste with non-parties unless an agreement or arrangement is in place between a party and non-party, which requires that provisions are not less environmentally sound than those provided for by this convention. As a result, Madam Speaker, Canada and the U.S. entered into an arrangement that affirms that plastic waste circulating between Canada and the U.S. is managed in an environmentally sound manner in both countries. As per the arrangement, both countries have in place and intend to maintain the measures that ensure the environmentally sound management of waste. So while Basel-controlled plastic waste can be exported from Canada to the U.S., that waste can only be exported from the U.S. to another Basel party if the two have entered into arrangement or agreement that is compatible with the environmentally sound management of waste as required by this convention. And there is more. Basel-controlled waste exported from Canada, which transits through the U.S. but destined to a party to the Basel Convention, requires an export permit prior to export. Such a permit is only granted if the destination party explicitly grants consent to receive the waste. Madam Speaker, I also think it is important that all parliamentarians understand that enacting the bill could potentially impact waste management in Canada. The implications have been raised at second reading and during the ENVI Committee's study of this bill, but merit consideration as we prepare to vote on whether this bill should pass and then be sent to the Senate. A concrete impact of this bill is that exports of Canadian municipal solid waste for final disposal would be banned, given that it generally contains plastics covered by the bill. The export prohibition proposed by the bill is expected to impact waste management in Canada by increasing pressure on domestic waste management systems. The Ontario Waste Management Association, in its written correspondence to the ENVI Committee, raised concerns that the bill's prohibition would put severe pressure on already limited landfill capacity in Ontario. The correspondence also indicated that Ontario's landfill capacity is projected to be exhausted by 2034. Madam Speaker, before we enact a prohibition of this nature at the federal level, we will need to consult with our territorial, provincial, municipal partners to ensure we fully understand and assess the impact of a prohibition of this kind would have on domestic waste management. For this reason and all of the others I have explained, Madam Speaker, we remain opposed to the enactment of this bill. In closing, I encourage fellow parliamentarians to carefully consider the current regime on transboundary movement of plastic waste, along with the domestic implications of the bill if it were to become law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honorable member for Repentigny.
Madame la Présidente, et merci. Je dois dire qu'à écouter
The interpreter regrets, but the sound quality is insufficient for the purposes of interpretation.
Le projet de loi de la même façon. Mais le projet de loi du collègue de York Simcoe a cheminé vers le comité de l'environnement et du développement durable.
Madame, je dois interrompre l'honorable député.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. Do you have your headset?
C'est ma faute, je l'ai distraite.
It's my fault. I was distracted.
Oh, je suis désolée.
I'm so sorry.
Est-ce qu'on recommence à zéro?
Can I restart?
Si vous pouviez recommencer, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, if you could restart, please. Thank you.
Merci encore une fois. Donc, quand j'écoute les discours, je vois...
When I listen to speeches, I see that not everybody's interpreting this bill the same way. The member for York Simcoe sent this bill all the way through the Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, and I really enjoyed his speech because he really described the damage that plastics can cause on the environment and human health. It seems obvious to me that the content of the bill has attracted a great deal of interest, especially from companies in the plastics recycling and trade sector. But the Basel Convention, not mentioned in C-204, specifically Amendments 2, 8, and 9, which came into force on January 1st, 2021, were accepted by the Canadian government on December 20th, 2020. The government's intention to comply was announced in the House of Commons on October 28th in an explanatory note on those amendments. The preamble to the Basel Convention states that the generation of waste should be minimized and that waste should, as much as possible, be disposed of in the state in which it was generated. The main text requires an exporting country to obtain the prior informed consent of the receiving country before sending hazardous waste. The amendments specify a list of plastics that are banned from export unless the importing country, having made an informed decision, can dispose of them in an environmentally sound manner. Companies trading plastic waste with the U.S., who contacted the committee, argued that C-204 would have major negative economic impacts on their businesses. They were deeply critical of the constraints that C-204 represents. There are issues for businesses in the sector that of seeing, through the Basel Annex, substances identified now as hazardous within the meaning of the convention, and national law that has to comply with that definition. And if trade in plastics continues, it will be necessary to comply with clear labeling so that importing countries, these materials, are not receiving bales that don't comply with it. The note delivered in the House on October 28th explains that Canada and the United States have established an agreement to confirm that plastic waste subject to Annex 2 of the Convention is managed in an environmentally sound manner. Canada is therefore in compliance with the Convention's obligation and is now in a position to accept the amendments.
As a result of the trade concerns raised, there are clarifications to this U.S.-Canada trade relationship that I would like to see. While the U.S. is not a signing party to Basel, unfortunately, the government officials chosen to answer the members' questions on C-204 were clear that we cannot comment on the specifics of the bill. You have to understand that the collection and recycling facilities operate best when they are located close to major consumption centers. The U.S. have more sites because their population warrants it. But without claiming that the U.S. is the champion of the circular economy, I certainly would never say that, the fact remains that if they buy our plastic waste, it's because they know how to add value to it. The officials explained to us that systems for tracing the bales and the waste was stating that it's possible dumping to a third party that would be unlikely. The truth is that we don't have the infrastructure to deal with these needs. We absolutely have to act on this issue in order to limit the export of any plastic material. And before we are able to reduce our waste, which would be ideal, there's still much work to be done. So why not adopt an approach where this resource would be revalorized here? Let's keep this economy, which creates jobs and that's good for the environment, in Quebec and in Canada. Madam Speaker, all the discussions at committee and afterwards are directly related to our capacity to deal with this waste. So this leads me to reiterate the following facts. The Bloc believes that even before we consider the export of plastic waste, Canada has the responsibility to review the way material is organized in the economy. We fully support the preamble of the Basel Convention, and it just so happens that the committee study on single-use plastics has made a place for itself in conjunction with C204. This study, which addresses another dimensions of plastics in terms of what is produced, what is consumed, what it can be disposed of, and what can be done to accelerate the advent of a truly circular economy, and so on. So I won't go into the following points in terms of data, statistics, plastic production, consumption, the definition of toxic or hazardous, or even the environmental impacts of plastic waste. But if the government was not prepared for the reaction of the industry directly affected by C204, which makes it necessary for national law to comply with the Basel Convention, it's not because they had a lack of time. The government has known since at least 2019 that the amendments to the Basel Convention were coming. They ratified it at the very last minute without preparing the industry in any way. And that really has to be said. The Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment have been discussing this file for several years now. How come there is an international agreement such as the Basel one with important amendments and it hasn't received any attention? We need concrete action, state-of-the-art recycling, and Quebec has a good pool of expertise that is just waiting to be used. Madam Speaker, when you're an elected official, member of a legislative assembly, I believe that it's our duty to legislate, of course, for laws that dictate behavior and guide society towards transformation, especially with respect to trade. But our duty is just as much to also accompany the economic and social environment we have to adapt. So yes, action yes, but planned. We must produce predictability when industries and economic sectors are affected by regulations and legislation, which are the responsibility of the legislator. Without advance notice, the market will adapt. And in order for this adaptation to take place properly, reasonable time frames are needed. I'm not talking about endless deadlines dictated by the stakeholders, but deadlines established by listening to their concerns. I'd also like to quickly say that I'm pleased that my colleagues on the committee were receptive to the motion to amend that I put forward to review the time frame for the implementation of C204, as well as the motion to respect Quebec's jurisdiction, even though objectively it would have been preferable to work upstream. And in terms of what should be called the Great Plastics File, the government of Quebec and the provinces must be at the heart of discussions, because there's an inseparable element of C204 that remains the management of residual materials, and this is Quebec's jurisdiction. The federal government holds 50% of tax revenues, and then a meager 6.8% of federal infrastructure responsibilities fall to the government. Municipalities must receive what they need to participate in the economy of the future. Quebec and the provinces must be able to count on the government's fair share, especially when the federal government is really relying on them heavily for the disposal of plastic waste. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to participate in this debate that is very important because it affects us all. And there are many concerns that have been raised for several years. We can talk here about exports of plastic waste. There's a lot to say about that. I'd also like to talk about the reduction of the use of plastic in general. There's all those single-use plastics that people are still using all too often. But also we can talk about the theme of reducing waste in general, the source of many problems. So I would be remiss to not underscore the initiatives that are done locally in my riding. People really want to take action with respect to businesses. They have a vision not only to reduce the use of plastic and plastic waste, but also waste in general. So I'd like to pay tribute to the initiatives in my neighborhood. There are shops, Episode, La Cale,
Rosemont, Rose Ross, La Brume dans mes lunettes, le frigo de Bacchus, la réserve naturelle, la fabrique Éco, Café Dispatch, Manitoba, Véganation et le Cornélien, sans oublier.
All those companies and others are delivering products, and some deliver by bicycle so they don't create greenhouse gases. They deliver products in my riding and other neighborhoods around. So that being said, that's the first problem, export of waste. That's C24 is about, and then the use of plastic in general, and then waste management if I have enough time. We're in a situation that is absolutely dramatic. My colleague talked earlier about in our seas and our oceans. There are entire islands. There's almost a whole continent of plastic that is floating around in the Atlantic, without mentioning plastic pollution in our rivers and our lakes and in the St. Lawrence River. For years, people have tried to pick up what they can to avoid fish and turtles from dying from plastic ingestion. And they want to have a natural environment that is cleaner and less hampered by industrial and human intervention. But in terms of exportation of plastics, Canada is truly a laggard. We haven't taken our responsibilities, and we've been shoveling it off to our neighbors quite literally. We're giving them the waste that we can or not or won't manage. I just wanted to underscore, Madam Speaker, that this issue during the pandemic has probably gotten worse. We're using more plastics today for medical reasons, which are understandable. But for example, in terms of greenhouse gases, the economic slowdown probably allowed us to reduce them slightly, or at least to keep them the same or only have a slight increase. The pandemic, in terms of plastic pollution, has worsened the situation because of all of these small things here, these masks. And we have to understand why, but it doesn't mean that the problem has gone away. On the contrary, it's gotten worse, and it's even more important than ever to bring forth solutions quickly. In 2018, Canada sent 44 million tons of plastic waste to other countries. 44,000 tons. We remember the dispute between Canada and the Philippines, where we had to spend more than $1 million to bring this waste back to our country. We had to send 69 containers back that were sent illegally. And we tried to convince the Philippines to get rid of our waste for more than 6 years because we dumped the waste over there, literally in their backyard, rather than taking care of our own issues and our own waste. And that's not the only time we saw this happen. This year, the Malaysian government sent back 11 containers of plastic waste to Canada simply because we're not able to assume our responsibility and we're not respecting international treaties. And one of the members spoke about that earlier. We're unable to manage our own plastic waste and our own plastics consumption, and we're sending them to third world countries for them to take care of our waste, and often our medical waste as well. All of this because we have a very limited capacity to recycle our own plastic waste. Generally, we send them to China and China has now refused our waste, but we're not able to take care of it ourselves. Even though it's not only the right thing to do, but it's the most responsible thing to do. And there is a niche that could create jobs in that market. It's good for the environment, and it would be good for the economy as well if we had our ability to recycle our waste. A few years ago, I visited a company in the heart of Quebec that uses containers, number 2 plastic containers, which are rather hard, and they shred this plastic and they create smaller plastics, and then they use this plastic to make irrigation pipes that are used by farmers. So it gave a second life to those plastics rather than them being burned or simply disposed of. And it also gave a good boost to something that would be helpful for farmers and also created jobs. And even better, this was a job insertion company that used people with disabilities, auditory disabilities often, and created jobs for these individuals who are having a hard time finding work. So I think we must be aware of the necessity to reduce our use of plastics. Often they're single-use plastics. We have to recycle them. We need the necessary infrastructure. It's really scandalous to see that we don't have this right now. We need several levels in government involved, but we have to reduce our use of plastic. It's not complicated. For example, it's the name of the company. If you have to use Tupperware to go pick up food from a store where you've made an order rather than using styrofoam, it's not hard to use a recyclable bottle rather than using plastics. But unfortunately, there are all too many people who still buy plastic bottled water. And water is what's given by the municipalities is perfectly drinkable. So with respect to the use of plastics, we also have to talk about packaging. I'm very happy to represent my riding, Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, where there was the first plastic attack in North America. We've seen this several times, but 2 or 3 years ago, there were 3 young women who took an initiative, and there's a supermarket in the eastern part of my riding, and they asked people to get rid of all the plastic that covered their fruits and vegetables so that people were aware that they didn't have to buy products like that were overpackaged. People could use a fishnet bag to do their shopping, and people prefer to buy products that are not overpackaged. One of the things that really makes me crazy is that there are bananas that are being sold in a styrofoam container surrounded by saran wrap. Bananas already have peels. They're already protected. They don't need to be wrapped up in plastic. There are production and consumption habits that have to change. So this plastic attack was done in cooperation with supermarkets, and people really appreciated the fact that they had to think about these issues. So we also have to reduce our production of waste in general, and we say that Quebecers and Canadians are amongst the biggest producer of waste in the world. The average is 2 kilos per person per day of waste in Canada. So we have tremendous efforts to be made collectively, but also locally and individually to change our lifestyle habits. And this will also change what stores offer. And speaking of stores, I'd like to mention all the nice initiatives for supermarkets and pubs and people in my riding for another elsewhere for zero waste. We see this across Quebec. Really encourage these stores. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to speak to this timely bill brought by my colleague, the member for York Simcoe. But, Madam Speaker, before I get to the detail of Bill C-204 and the impact that this proposed legislation has already had on a government that was dragging its feet in joining the global movement to ban the export of hazardous plastic waste, before I get to that, I would just like to thank this member for his wider, passionate, and loud commitment to the magnificent body of water that lends its name to his constituency, about an hour's drive north of mine, Thornhill, and I'm speaking, of course, of Lake Simcoe. Since his arrival in the House of Commons after his election 2 years ago, this member has regularly raised his voice, urging the government to re-establish the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, killed by the Liberals in 2017. And while the virtual challenges imposed on the workings of the House over the past year forced us to limit attendance on the Hill and to work from constituency offices and homes, while all of this has frustrated many members, the MP for York Simcoe has taken advantage of his remote technology a number of times to bring the lake and the government's dereliction of duty to a cleaner Lake Simcoe to the attention of the House and Canadians. He's positioned himself in front of the lake. One time, as he has referred today, he made a statement actually standing in Lake Simcoe in hip waders to effectively call for reestablishment of the highly effective cleanup fund our Conservative government had funded for 10 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, to his proposed legislation. Bill C-204 is on one hand simple in the changes that are proposed to CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, but profound in what C-204 could achieve. As the member for York Simcoe reminded us when he spoke, Canada has for far too long been sending too much of the plastic waste that we all generate to other countries for disposal. Now, there was a time when there was a significant market for clean and sorted plastic waste, both in Canada and in countries abroad, particularly in China. I have a corporate constituent in my riding of Thornhill, which 10 years ago was producing a broad range of products from a variety of plastic waste materials, garden furniture, planks for decks and for docking, buckets, barrels, sports gear, and so forth. But they were bumped from the market when China began outbidding them and other Canadian recyclers for Canada's plastic waste. Fast forward then to 2017, when China, after dominating international trade in waste plastic, abandoned the practice and the market because countries around the world, Canada, to its credit, included, countries which had been customers for Chinese products made from plastic waste, raised the quality standards of imported recyclables. Now, that recycling market was for clean, select, and sorted plastic waste. But much more of Canada's plastic waste, much of it contaminated, has been exported to the United States and a number of Asian countries for disposal by incineration or landfill or abandonment. As the member for York Simcoe points out, in the years between 2015 and 2018, almost 400,000 tons of Canadian plastic waste was shipped to Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, India, Hong Kong, China, and the United States. Now, environmental standards in many of these countries, where standards actually exist, are often very poorly enforced. In too many instances, these tons of waste are not only irresponsibly burned or improperly added to landfill, but in many cases simply dumped to foul the environment, groundwater, surface waters, and the air. Now, some of those countries, for environmental reasons, unlike China, which banned waste plastic for reasons of market rejection, these countries are now prohibiting the trade, in some cases because of the sudden surge in plastic waste dumped on their countries, resulting from the huge tonnage rejected by China. Canada's environmental image abroad was bruised terribly last year when the governments of the Philippines and Malaysia demanded that Canada, at great cost to Canadian taxpayers, repatriate thousands of tons of contaminated plastic waste that had been dumped on their rural communities and countrysides. All of this happened at the same time as countries around the world came together to more responsibly regulate the way countries control the import or export of plastic waste in its many forms. Party countries, Madam Speaker, to the Basel Convention on the Control of Transboundary Movements of Hazardous Wastes and Their Disposal. This convention, which was created in 1989 in the wake of scandals involving the dumping of toxic wastes in Africa and other developing countries, these countries agreed in 2019 to update the Basel Convention to ban the transboundary movements of plastic waste from industrialized countries to developing countries, specifically the types of plastic waste that are considered hazardous and contaminated. Now, you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that I earlier mentioned that Canada has been dragging its feet in joining the global movement to ban the export of plastic waste. This government failed to demonstrate leadership by not immediately joining other countries in ratification of the Basel Convention amendments. And that's where Bill C-204, Madam Speaker, made a big difference even before this debate. The Liberals, who'd been derelict in their duty again to ratify the Basel amendments, suddenly, 2 days before the member for York Simcoe was to speak to this bill, announced they would ratify. And they did, although they were a year late, more than a year late, 18 months late, and after 186 other countries had signed. Now, does that mean that the export of all plastic waste from Canada will suddenly stop? Madam Speaker, unfortunately not. The Basel Convention amendments apply to a specific list of types of plastic considered hazardous, but not to another list of plastic wastes that are presumed not to be hazardous, provided these safe, uncontaminated waste plastics are destined for recycling in an environmentally sound manner. And the Liberals, Madam Speaker, think that makes it okay for some Canadian waste plastic to be exported. They claim it helps businesses abroad, as if Canada's plastic trash is some kind of development assistance, which makes Canada an outlier, Madam Speaker, in the OECD, because there is another amendment to the Basel Convention, known as the Basel Ban Amendment, which bans absolutely the export of plastic waste from OECD countries to non-OECD countries. Madam Speaker, 98 countries have signed that amendment. Democracies like Australia and the United Kingdom. But to date, Canada refuses to sign. Now, Canadians watching from home or reading a transcript of my speech today in Hansard should know that much of the media reporting on these issues confuses the two amendments, which the Liberals use to their advantage when they claim Bill C-204 is unnecessary because Canada signed belatedly the First Amendment. Well, Madam Speaker, the sponsor of Bill C-204, the member for York Simcoe, believes that Canada shouldn't be exporting any plastic waste. The member believes that because there are any number of Canadian companies prepared and capable of recycling plastic waste, it's time for Canada to stop treating the rest of the world as a dumping ground for Canadian plastic waste. He referenced in his speech an Alberta company that can convert all types of plastic to diesel fuel that's ready to build refineries across the country that could convert 3,000 tons of plastic waste a day, diverting more than 1 million tons from landfill and foreign destinations. He mentioned another company in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, that, like my corporate constituent in Thornhill, could manufacture a broad range of products from plastic waste. But these companies need access to adequate volumes of clean plastic waste to make their business plans work. And if Canada kept its vast tonnage here, they would work. Madam Speaker, the member for York Simcoe told the House Canadians coast to coast want action on this environmental issue. He said the Liberal government can no longer justify a practice that many other industrialized countries have ended, that developing countries should no longer be expected to fulfill disposal services that we should take care of in a safe and environmentally sound manner. Well, Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleague from York Simcoe, and I hope all members will join in supporting his bill, C-204. 204. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for 1 minute.
Well, I hope I get another 9 minutes when the second hour comes up, Madam Speaker, but I do want to thank the member for introducing Bill C-204. I know that there's been some discussion today, and he seems to be disappointed in the fact that there are some people on this side of the House that have indicated that they aren't going to vote in favor of it, but it seems as though the NDP and the Bloc are on side with this, so I would suggest to the member that indeed a majority is a victory. It might not be unanimous, but I look forward to my 9 minutes later to continue.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
Pursuant to a previously adopted order, the House will now proceed to the study at second reading of Bill S-223 under private members' business. Orders of the day. Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-223. An act respecting Kindness Week under the name of Mr. Barrett.
Seconded by Ms. Lambropoulos, moves that Bill S-223, an act respecting Kindness Week, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, May 13th, 2021, a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 10 minutes. Debate.
Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today as the member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes to speak to S-223, an act respecting Kindness Week. Now, S-223 was originally introduced in the other place by Senator Munson. And if you don't succeed at first, try again. And try, the senator did, and he was successful. Now, this bill was introduced each of those times in honor of Rabbi Reuven Bulka, who is the founder of Kind Canada and the inspiration for this bill. In the same spirit that motivated the rabbi to start the first Kindness Week in Ottawa 14 years ago, this bill will see Canadians from coast to coast to coast celebrate Kindness Week in their communities during the third week of February every year. Now, as for the rabbi's inspiration for the first Kindness Week, he said, and I'll quote, "My motivation in establishing Kindness Week in Ottawa was to counter the bullying epidemic that has invaded our schools. The logic was simple. Telling children not to do something does not help that much and at times can be counterproductive. But helping children do nice things and say nice things to others creates the type of positive energy that suffocates bullying." Well, close quote. I can think of no better time for this bill than in the midst of a pandemic where people's lives have been turned upside down and the need to be kind to one another is greatly amplified. Many people have fallen on hard times and they have lost their jobs, seen their businesses close, have seen loved ones fall ill. It would be so easy for Canadians in this high stress environment to become callous or indifferent to their neighbors, friends, and family. But thankfully, we've seen the opposite. Communities have come together to help the vulnerable and need among them. We've seen people getting groceries for their neighbors, for the elderly. We've seen increase in giving to food banks, outpouring of support for charities, even children writing letters to folks and sending videos to them in long-term care homes. Acts of kindness like these are happening all across our country and have truly helped us to get through the stress and uncertainty of this pandemic situation. This bill, with the creation of a National Kindness Week, will help to encourage values such as empathy, respect, gratitude, and compassion, and lead to the improved health and well-being of Canadians. Designating and celebrating a Kindness Week throughout Canada will encourage acts of kindness, volunteerism, and charitable giving that will benefit all Canadians, as well as connecting individuals and organizations to share resources, information, and tools to foster more acts of kindness. We hope that celebrating Kindness Week might encourage a culture of kindness in Canada, showing kindness to people regardless of their station in life affirms the human dignity that is inherent in all of us. This is especially compounded in the current situation of the pandemic. And in that spirit of kindness, Madam Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the member for Saint Laurent for her help in getting this bill to the finish line, in working with all members in this place so that we can realize Rabbi Bulka's vision for a Kindness Week in Canada, with the help of our friend in the other place, Senator Munson, and all members of this House in doing the right thing, in doing the kind thing, in passing this bill expeditiously. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Honorable député de Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the time that I get to speak on this bill today, S223, an act respecting Kindness Week in Canada. Allow me to begin by thanking the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands for tabling this bill in the House, Senator Jim Munson for introducing the bill in the other place, Rabbi Reuven Bulka, the founder of Kind Canada, and the individual who approached Senator Munson with the idea and therefore was the inspiration behind this bill, and all of the House leaders and members in this place for allowing this to pass at such a quick pace today, so that Canadians across the country may recognize the third week of February as Kindness Week every year in Canada. I've seconded this bill because I think that a little bit of kindness can go a very long way. Kindness is the sincere and voluntary use of one's time, talent, and resources to better the lives of others, one's own life, and the world through genuine acts of love, compassion, generosity, and service. We must remember that while it is important to be kind to others, we must also be kind to ourselves. Only when we are kind to ourselves and think about ourselves in a positive and healthy way are we able to have the abundance needed to give to others. Lorsque nous utilisons cet amour,
as we use this love and joy experienced by others, we have a huge impact on their well-being.
Fully entering politics, I was a high school teacher. I taught history, geography, French, and ethics and religious culture. I have to say that of these, my favorite course to teach was the ethics class, and that was because as a teacher, I believed that I played an important role in helping my students become happy, resilient, fulfilled human beings. Don't get me wrong, I know that there is a limited amount that a teacher can do in this regard. However, I always knew that I wanted my classroom to be a safe space, a safe place where students could feel comfortable being themselves and opening up about anything that they were going through. In my classroom, students knew that there was zero tolerance for bullying, and they knew that kindness was expected of them above all else. One of the units that I covered when teaching this course was one on random acts of kindness, where students learned the importance of being kind to one another, the difference a simple act of kindness can make in someone's day, or in some cases in someone's life, and about what could be considered an act of kindness. At the end of the unit, their assignment was to do 10 random acts of kindness within a 2-week period and to write about them, as well as the impact and what their impact was on the people they were doing this act for and how they felt in doing the act. You can probably imagine what those 2 weeks looked like in our school. Groups of friends sitting with a student eating his lunch alone and being genuinely interested in getting to know him, leaving kind words on Post-it notes on each other's lockers, helping someone pay for something at the cafeteria. From what I read in their assignments, the kindness was spread beyond the school and into their homes when they helped their parents with chores around the house or visited grandma for a little bit longer that week. The reflection on how this made others feel was important because when we are kind to others, knowing that we made a difference can feel so great. I did this with my students because I had a vision for a kinder world, a world where people choose kindness over being mean and insulting, a world where people are thoughtful and considerate and try to bring light and positivity into the lives of those they come into contact with. And Madam Speaker, I believe that kindness is contagious. Tout enfant, parent,
any child or adult or parent reaps the benefits of being kind, just as the recipient does. It helps everyone feel a great sense of well-being.
To be kind or do something nice for someone, chances are they will want to pay it forward and do something nice in return. We've all been on the receiving end of a kind act. When it's not expected, it can surprise us and leave us feeling so appreciative. And sometimes that's not the case, because the person we are doing a kind act for may not be ready to receive the kindness, and that's okay. We can't let those experiences get in the way of making an effort to be kind, because it is only in continuing and spreading kindness that we will change the world, one act at a time, one person at a time. In the words of Rabbi Balka, being kind is nothing more than being truly human. The kinder we are, the better all humanity will be. Some may wonder if designating a week to kindness really does anything, what the point of it is, especially since we already live in one of the kindest countries in the world. While that may be true, designating a week to kindness will bring attention to the act of being kind. It will allow us to reflect on our actions and motivate Canadians across the country to be kinder to one another. It will serve as a reminder for those of us who sometimes get caught up in the busyness of life and who may not be prioritizing kindness. It will give teachers the opportunity to teach their students about the importance of being kind to everyone. À titre d'ancienne enseignante, je peux vous assurer qu'une semaine...
As a former teacher, I can tell you that this is very motivating for teachers, support staff, and students. It promotes enthusiasm for a culture of kindness. This enthusiasm could lead to the creation of kindness clubs and the emergence of leaders among students. It could also provide an opportunity to students to stop bullying.
We've been living with for more than a year now has left people feeling isolated, has taken away so many opportunities for us to connect with others. Now more than ever, it is important to be kind to one another. And that can come in many forms. You can bring groceries to a senior who may still be afraid of leaving their home while public health measures are still in place. You can reach out to someone who you haven't spoken to in a while and let them know you're thinking of them and willing to listen if they need to talk. You can send someone a nice card of appreciation for the work that they're doing to keep people safe or to educate your children. Once again, a little bit of kindness goes a very long way. And so on this note, I would like to once again thank Rabbi Balka for all of the important work that he has spent his life doing. For Senator Munson for bringing this forward in the other place, and for the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands for bringing it forward here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Granbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope my colleagues will spare me the opportunity for a brief intervention here. I know that's not normal in private members' business, but Rabbi Reuven Balka is a phenomenal Canadian who is, I don't think he'd mind me saying, he's a very good friend of mine for the past 25 years, who passed on some very great secrets about psychotherapy in regards to Dr. Viktor Frankl's work, who survived a death camp during the Holocaust, and of course has been a phenomenal Canadian in building bridges here in Ottawa and across the nation, and was my co-chair in the All-Party Interfaith Friendship Group here on Parliament Hill. Rabbi Balka was recently diagnosed with late-stage cancer and entered cancer treatments this past January. And it would be my hope that because of this initiative was inspired by him and commemorates his efforts, that Madam Speaker, the Speaker of the House would send a special note to Rabbi Reuven Balka, just saying that all parties agreed that this Fairness Week would be a great idea and would be something that is truly Canadian, and would like to thank him for the inspiration of it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the recommendation, and est-ce que j'ai le consentement de tous les membres?
Do I have the consent of all the members? Yes, thank you.
The Speaker. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and talk about the theme of kindness. I would also like to mention that I'm delighted by the rabbi's initiative, and I sincerely hope that this gesture of solidarity from members of the House will bring him a little bit of comfort, give him a little bit of hope for the moment. Now, when we talk about kindness, what are we talking about? Listen, I took for a compliment that my political party asked me to speak to this, because in general, I do try to be nice. But what does that mean? It's making small gestures. It's paying attention to others. It's offering to carry the third bag of the person ahead of us if we have nothing in our hands. It's holding the door open. It's smiling. And it was difficult in the last year to smile. But you'll all have noticed, like I did, that our eyes smile. And jokingly, when we took photos, I would say to people, okay, we just sort of crease the skin around our eyes. That means the same thing. Our eyes speak for us. The mask can be really uncomfortable, but it does really call attention to people's eyes. So let's smile. And if it's not with our teeth, let's do it with our eyes. November 13th is a kindness day that's recognized elsewhere. Since 2014 in Quebec and since 2017 throughout Canada. Pascal Brion, a psychologist from the University of Quebec in Montreal, speculated that we chose November 13th because it's the start of the cold season and people need kindness. Today's proposal is that the third week of February would be Kindness Week. When it passes, and I have no doubt that it will, we will have a Kindness Day at the beginning of winter and a Kindness Week when everyone's really tired of winter. So that brings a lot of warmth to our hearts. Kindness can sometimes be interpreted, especially in the political world we live in, as a weakness or a flaw. But it is not. A person who is kind shows that they have great emotional intelligence. Pascal Brion, the psychologist, said that people who have great emotional intelligence succeed better professionally. Emotional intelligence is also the ability to look after others, to listen to them, to be nice. Far from a weakness, kindness is a mark of strength, of courage, empathy, altruism. And I will announce this to try and put it into practice. I don't always succeed, but it's possible to stand up and to be respectful and kind. I think the function that we occupy encourages us to do this every day. I invite people in this house and the people of Canada and Quebec to practice this good practice. I named a few gestures of kindness earlier. It is in the deepest nature of human beings to be kind. For anyone who spent time with young children, have you not been amazed by the little one-year-old child who runs to help someone carry a bag or open a door when they've barely started to walk? And so those who say that humanity is inherently evil are wrong. Cruelty and war are a factor of the world we live in. Capitalism, competition, and I'll come back to politics. We are in an environment that encourages us every day to say, it's not us, it's you. You're the ones who aren't nice. When we were in the government, we did this. See, I'm learning. I haven't been here that long, but I hear those things quite often. And so I would like to give a message to my colleagues. I've been laughing a little bit about this earlier, but I've seen some things that aren't that funny in this place. I won't name anyone. We've moved on. It's fine. But kindness is, are you able to convey your message without attacking someone else? That's the key. I think that's what the rabbi meant. He wanted to encourage people to do better, to be better. There's no solution for that. We lost a great Quebecer recently, Mr. Bouchard. And that man, honestly, I believe that he was one of the wisest men I ever heard. He was the wisest of the wise. Every time he spoke, we could feel the humility. He was a human being who was on his way to becoming the best version of himself, and I encourage all of you to follow that example and to follow the message of the rabbi who led us to this debate. Kindness can happen in politics. I'm thinking of Quebec society, for instance, which developed a social safety net, which is far from perfect, could be better, but is still exemplary. It's a place in North America where social inequalities are the most reduced. They're present, but they are reduced. Let's continue to work towards that. Let's work for that. And let's be vigilant about what's allowed in our society when it comes to social media. People recently, not everybody, of course, but a lot of people think that they have the permission to say and do anything because they're behind a keyboard. But those words, the previous speaker talked about teaching, and I taught for 25 years. And I've had to get involved in cases like this of cyberbullying, or serious cases occurred when somebody who committed an act realized what they did and then eventually makes progress. And I think specifically of municipal officials who recently announced that they were giving up their careers as elected officials because they were tired, they were drained emotionally by the insults they were getting on social media. So let's be vigilant. I think that this week will allow us to make another step towards this. I have enough material to talk for a long time, well beyond what I've been allotted. But what I wanted to say is that people who aren't nice with us, it's often because they're hurt and they're in distress. If we have the strength to be kind, to pretend, if meanness didn't exist, there would be no worth in being kind. We can receive a critique. We can receive a message and understand it, because listening is not necessarily understanding. We have to take the time to understand. And in those cases, when we really hear a person, they are feeling heard. And we can pay it forward. By listening, you've probably done some good for that one person, and they'll be able to pass it on. Everything will balance out. When we're careful with others, that's never the wrong thing to do. And I invite the government to be kind in the policies it's voting on now. And look after seniors by increasing old age security. Look after the ill who have to go on EI and only have 26 weeks. They've paid into this their whole lives and they need 50. Through kindness, we can pass proposals like this. And I'm pleased that we're passing this today. But let's think about those other issues. And I will conclude with a key sentence: kindness and nobility and intelligence, Jacques Lebel. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et moi, j'aimerais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a representative of the NDP caucus, I wish to thank my colleague, the member for Saint Laurent, and the member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands for their initiative in bringing this bill forward. It's important, and we're looking at it in the House today. It demonstrates the importance that when we all work together, we can have good discussions and pass bills like this. Also, I wish to thank the Rabbi Reuven Bulka, as well as the representatives of Kindness Canada, or Kind Canada. Our thoughts are with the rabbi, and we hope that his health will hold and that he'll come back to us hale and healthy. We're certainly thinking of him today.
We're talking about kindness. And kindness, putting in place a Kindness Week is an important symbol of where we want our society to go and how we want our society to interact, how we want people to work together. And we all, I believe, want to build a society of kindness. Of that, there is no doubt. Now, Madam Speaker, we've seen particular examples of the imperative of kindness through the course of this pandemic. And I will mention just a few cases of how we have seen Canadians coming together in an unprecedented way, and around the world, people coming together in an unprecedented way during the pandemic. And one might argue because of the pandemic. We've seen in my community, Madam Speaker, people taking care of each other's neighbors, making sure that shut-ins and seniors are getting what they need, whether it's groceries or medication. We have people taking care of each other, showing acts of kindness in a very deliberate and very organized and focused way. Madam Speaker, we've also seen the countless acts of kindness that often come from our healthcare workers, from our first responders. Now, they are on the front lines. They are vulnerable to COVID. They are vulnerable to the variants. And yet we've seen countless cases of nurses, healthcare workers, first responders like firefighters, stepping up despite the danger and showing that ongoing act and the importance of kindness. Madam Speaker, to read about a healthcare worker who spends the final moments with somebody passing away from COVID, despite the risk to themselves, but knowing that nobody else can come in and spend the time, those final hours with that COVID patient. That has been repeated across Canada, of course, Madam Speaker, but also we've seen it around the world. Countless cases of courage and kindness coming together at critical times, at dangerous times. Madam Speaker, in my community, I've seen organizations come together to really put into effect the importance of kindness. And I would like to raise two community organizations that have come together during COVID, Caring during COVID in Burnaby, Helping Hands in New Westminster, a group of local residents of volunteers who have come together to perpetuate, to amplify, to repeat and multiply acts of kindness throughout the community. These are all examples of the strength that kindness can bring to a community, to a region, to a country, and indeed, Madam Speaker, to the entire world. Alors, Madame la Présidente, on voit justement ces actes de...
Madam Speaker, these acts of kindness happening all over the country. And when we look at nurses, healthcare workers who are risking their lives, who are showing acts of kindness, demonstrates that courage and kindness go together, even during a pandemic, even when lives are at stake.
Speaker, I'm not sharing information that you don't know. When I also say we've seen a disturbing rise in the opposition to acts of kindness, the toxic opposition, which is acts and incidents of hate. It is something that we need to call out. We've seen increased cases of racism and misogyny, of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, of homophobia and transphobia, all of those hatreds that have also increased during this pandemic. Now, there is no doubt that the vast majority of Canadians know the importance of making sure acts of hate are eliminated in our country. Incidents of hate are eliminated. But it does show that the idea of a kindness week and perpetrating acts of kindness is not a passive work. It is an active work, and it also makes, as part of all of our responsibilities, the importance of stepping up against any act of hate, any hate speech, any incidences of hate that occur in our community. Alors, Madame la Présidente.
So, Madam Speaker, kindness also means that you have to fight against hatred. And unfortunately, throughout this pandemic, we have seen a rise in hateful actions and hate speech. We always, as Canadians who want to fight for kindness, do everything in our power to stop those types of hateful actions that exist in our society.
Speaker, how can we go beyond the acts of kindness in a kindness week? How can we make sure that we are truly a kind society? Well, it really starts at the top, Madam Speaker. And what that means is that when we talk about kindness in a kindness week, it's not only the relationship of Canadians with each other, it is also the relationship of our institutions with Canadians. When we see the rising number of homelessness in our country, that is very clearly an abandoning of leadership around perpetrating acts of kindness. When we see people who are crying out for medication and public universal pharmacare and don't have the wherewithal to pay for their medication at this critical time, that is also a call for acts of kindness that come from our institutions and ensure that kindness is at every level of our society. When we see people, as I do in my community, that don't have access to basic dental work, and I have seen firsthand the critical impact of not having dental care in our country when a person's teeth start to fall out, that also is a call to action for kindness at every level. So when we're talking about acts of kindness, when we're talking about our institutions reflecting acts of kindness, we are also talking about our institutions reflecting and responding to the needs of Canadians. And what that means is we, as parliamentarians and the government, should constantly keep in mind that if we adopt this legislation, that our institutions as well must be wedded to the vision of a society of kindness. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we have to work at all levels so that our institutions as well reflect the importance of kindness everywhere in our society.
Two quotes, Madam Speaker. First from Rabbi Reuben Balka, who said, "Being kind is nothing more than being truly human. The kinder we are, the better all humanity will be." And secondly, from former official opposition leader Jack Layton, who many believe to be the greatest prime minister Canada never had. He said, just before he passed, "Love is better than anger, hope is better than fear, optimism is better than despair. So let us be loving, hopeful, and optimistic." And I'll add, and we'll change the world. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to rise today on behalf of the Green Party of Canada to speak to Bill S-244 from the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation and to serve the communities of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and the unceded territories of the Snuneymuxw, Nanaimo, Staminas, and Laxan First Nations. This bill was inspired by the work of Rabbi Reuven Bulka, who has been advocating to designate the third week of February as Kindness Week since 2007. Rabbi Bulka is the founder of Kindness Canada, an organization that aims to inspire Canadians to cultivate kindness in their day-to-day lives, support charitable causes, and enhance the well-being of others. My colleague, the honorable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, is a good friend of Rabbi Bulka. Rabbi Bulka has been an important part of her life for longer than she has been in the Green Party. They met around the year 2000 when the rabbi invited her to take part in a program on community cable in Ottawa as a guest. The two of them did many shows together and discussed many topics, including the environmental movement, and the idea that human dominance over other creatures is a misinterpretation of Scripture. The honorable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has asked me to pass on her best wishes to the rabbi and to thank him for pushing to have this legislation for Kindness Week passed in this House as soon as possible. I really appreciate the preamble of this bill. These are things that we can all strive for. Kindness encourages values such as empathy, respect, gratitude, and compassion. Kind acts lead to the improved health and well-being of Canadians. And it's important to encourage acts of kindness, volunteerism, and charitable giving to the benefit of all Canadians. We need to encourage a culture of kindness in Canada throughout the year. But we must not limit our acts of kindness to Canadians and encourage a culture of kindness only in Canada. We must extend kindness to all people and to all living things on the planet. On the topic of kindness, researcher and author Brené Brown said, "First and foremost, we need to be the adults we want our children to be. We should watch our own gossiping and anger. We should model the kindness we want to see." We live in a time when it has never been so easy to be unkind to others. How many Canadians have received a negative comment on social media in a way that they would never receive in person? This is especially true for elected officials and public figures, but it happens all the time to people who are not in the public eye as well. Why has social media become so toxic? Why do so many people act in unkind ways online? This isn't by chance. It's a byproduct of the way social media platforms are designed. Social media algorithms are designed to make us spend as much time as possible on their platforms in order to sell our attention to advertisers. And what the algorithms have discovered is that a great way to keep us engaged is by angering us. So the algorithms feed us posts that fuel our anger, which increases polarization and destroys kindness. Campaigners have learned this too. Everywhere we look in the public political discourse these days, we see the weaponization of anger for short-term political gain. Feeding the dark and unkind sides of human nature will come at a great cost and will be hard to undo. Some thinkers have dubbed this, what's going on right now, as a war on sense-making. Once upon a time, opposite political sides would engage in a rational and respectful debate about policy disagreements. We now have political forces which are fanning the flames of total delegitimization of our opponents, not just their opponents' policies and ideas, but their opponents themselves. Some of the language being used in emails sent to MP offices these days is alarming. Those who fan the flames of fear, mistrust, and anger are at the same time strangling kindness, empathy, and mutual respect. We will all pay dearly for this irresponsibility. The Dalai Lama tells us, be kind whenever possible. It is always possible. The kindness of discomfort can be one of the most difficult forms of kindness to embody in our lives. Confronting injustice requires difficult conversations about privilege. It requires us to acknowledge how we benefit from systemic oppression. It requires us to examine how we consciously or unconsciously perpetrate it. The kindness of discomfort means not being afraid to take responsibility for our own uncomfortable feelings. It's continuing to show up and do the work of creating a more just society. I think the kindness of discomfort is an especially important idea to talk about right now. In my riding, there have been recent high-profile incidents of anti-Indigenous racism towards the Nanaimo First Nation when there was an outbreak of COVID-19 in their community, and when a memorial for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls was desecrated in the territory of the Staminas First Nation. Canada is also experiencing a surge of anti-Asian racism. Racism is part of our history and our present. We don't like to see ourselves this way, but it's essential to take the blinders off and sit in the discomfort of that reality. When it comes to breaking down the structural and systemic barriers of racism, bias, and discrimination, the kindness of discomfort is the greatest form of kindness we can practice on a personal level. The kindness of discomfort is a conscious choice to become a better ally in the work of building a more equitable and inclusive society. American aviation pioneer and author Amelia Earhart wrote, "A single act of kindness throws out roots in all directions, and the roots spring up and make new trees." Mr. Speaker, I support the Kindness Week Act, and I deeply appreciate the work of Rabbi Balka, who inspired it. Opening up opportunities for Canadians to cultivate kindness through education, action, and service also increase our opportunities for connection. Our disconnection from each other is a foundational problem in our society, and we are all living the outcomes of that problem. In the mental health crisis, in the opioid overdose crisis, in the homelessness crisis, in the struggle against poverty, in the struggle for peace, the crash in biodiversity, and the climate crisis. Every act of kindness is an act of defiance towards a social order that goes against our natural impulse towards compassion and empathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Conclusion of the time provided for debate. It being 3:30 p.m. pursuant to order made on Thursday, May 13, 2021, the motion is deemed adopted and Bill S-223, an act respecting Kindness Week, is deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. When shall this bill be read? That's done. Okay. If I may, I would like to take 2 seconds on the theme of kindness. J'aimerais beaucoup remercier.
I would like to thank my colleague, the honour member for Manitoulin Kapuskasing, for having accepted to working with me today to ensure that the sitting would unfold well.
I appreciate all the colleagues' participation. Thank you very much, and everyone who's made it so easy. Merci à tous et à toutes.
Thank you, everyone.
So, conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order adopted Thursday, 13th of May, the House will now adjourn until May 28th, 2021 at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 of the Standing Orders.